Hi, we're live. If everybody wants to pretend that I don't look like a ghost today, I would deeply appreciate it. I think that would be lovely. Now, what are we going to work on? Let's move into desktop mode. Hello, Macabre Man. So nice to see you. I'm thinking about introducing a channel point reward for the first one to enter the stream and making it restricted. So you can only get one per stream and it would just be the first person to catch it. Adepsol says slug time! Yeah, we've got a couple. So there was validate speakers.yaml slugs and that ended up merging. That checked each one. Let's see. Oh, yes, we had a bug come out of this. That's right, we did. So, let's see. Carmine took a look at this, and he noticed that the speaker's GitHub handle is being preferred as the slug because of some confusing recommendations. Field Sleep says not first. How is the SMTP gang? They got a what's the word for it? A bluey splash pad, which is right outside that window. And I suspect that after nap time, they're gonna run back out there and play in it because now it's in the sun instead of the shade. Also, we had burgers for lunch, which was nice. My in-laws are in town, so there is a chance that after nap, they run off and they go spend some time with my in-laws instead. We'll just have to see. It's been a long weekend. I also have a talk at wnb.rb. So as many of y'all will know, I am going to be speaking at Rails World about some of the generators that I've been building live on stream. And yeah, that's exciting. In order to force myself to get things done in advance, I have signed up to deliver this talk at wnb.rb virtually before the actual date of the event. And so, yeah, that's, I have to get it done by Tuesday. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. Oh, okay. Naganga Kamau, hello. Welcome. Nice to meet you. Okay, let me take a look at this. So yeah, Carmine pointed out that the whole reason this is happening is because in event data, we say only, so the idea behind this is only transliterate or generate a slug from the name was supposed to be, it's supposed to be only transliterate, never transliterate, generate. Anyway, let me back up a little bit. Carmine pointed out that the line was added in PR 1813. And so this was one of the cases where I was trying to use AI. Monospace Mentor says, hi Rachel, congrats on the Rails World Talk slot. Thank you. Hi Monospace Mentor, it's nice to see you. Tux96 says, hello, hello, how are you doing? I'm falling asleep on my hands here at my desk. I'm so sorry, y'all. Marco Roth says, happy Sunday, happy Sunday. I'm gonna try and bring it together for all of y'all. But to go back to the speaker slug, Arista Hervé says, it's my first time seeing Ruby on Rails. Well, we'll start with some Markdown, which should hopefully be a little bit more familiar. But yeah, basically, we built the rule that fails validations if it tries to use anything other than the slugified one. And it looks like this is where it originally got introduced. And so this is me trying to generate a PR for, or trying to generate an event for Kansai Ruby Kaigi, which is one of our Japanese events. And you can see there's kind of some back and forth conversation. And I think this one, prefer the GitHub handle for the slug instead of transliterating, is where the confusion happened. Because what I want it to do is, if there is a name, then use that parameterized as the slug. If the name would be blank, then use the GitHub handle. If you have neither, then I guess transliterate, but we don't have any of those yet. We're trying to move kind of into like the Japanese event market, but not yet. And for my friend Aristed Hervé, the reason that we care so much about the Japanese market is because Japanese events, and hang on, I'm like really tired today, so I'm gonna try and bring it together and like give y'all the best show possible, but I'm definitely not at my best. Japan is the birthplace of Ruby, so we care a lot about those Japanese events and trying to make sure that they are well represented on RubyEvents. PRTill95R, thank you so much for the watch streak. That's why I'm here. If you're gonna be here for, what is it? 20 streams in a row, then I'm gonna be here on the weekend for y'all. Okay, let's take a look at this. We did static validation speaker slugs. Let's do git checkout main. Behind by 65 commits, so let's do a git fetch. Good job. Git reset -- hard upstream main. Sweet. It looks like the last of the RBQ recordings finally went in. They were releasing like 2 videos a week, and so it was kind of hard to like keep track of whether or not all of them were released yet, but it looks like they are now. Yay! Okay, perfect. So now my main is updated to my main. Micro says I think it's still missing one. Well, we can go take a look and see. Let's go check that. So this is real Ruby events. I'm gonna go in here to past events. I'm gonna make my life easy and I'm gonna go to calendar view and let's look for RBQ. RBQ, there we go, RBQ. So this one was in March. And if we go look at the talks, opening remarks is missing. Day 1 notes and day 2 notes is missing. Ooh, okay, so Charles, Chris Gratingi, and Christian Planos are all missing. And it looks like we've still got to-dos for some of our day 1s and day 2 notes. I think what's probably gonna happen is if we never get these videos, we'll probably convert these into schedule entries. Okay, but for now, I'm on my main branch. I'm gonna close all of these files because I don't need them right now. It's your first glimpse of Ruby. Alright, now let me get in here and I'm gonna open a new branch. The new branch that I'm going to open, I'm going to name it git switch -c and I'm just gonna call it speaker slugs. Cool, fun. All right, now in event data, skill, there we go. Why do I have 2 of these? Why do I have 2 of these? No, is it a symlink? Is it a symlink? It's a symlink. Okay, it's a symlink, that's fine. There can be a symlink. So, one of the things that's kind of interesting is that most of the other tools like Cursor and OpenCode and a couple of other different ones will allow you to configure where you can source your skill files from. So if you have all of your skills stored in .claude, it'll let you go pull your skills from there. Claude does not allow you to do that in any way, shape, or form. Their big suggestion for like referencing things that are in other folders is either A, symlinks, or B, to at the file. So like if you go look at their official documentation for this, Claude agents.md, because I had to look into this recently. Overview, getting started. No. This is not what I want. I want your documentation on this. Oh, interesting. They have a thing. Arista Hervé says, Anthropic likes to close everything to Claude. It's really annoying. Yeah, it kind of is. Let me see. It looks like this is actually like a thing on this. Codex, AMP, Cursor, and others are starting to standardize around agents.md, a unified markdown file that coding agents can use to understand a code base. By contrast, Cloud.md feels too specific to Cloud Code. It doesn't work as well when collaborating with other developers who aren't using Cloud Code. The naming is a bit confusing. Feature request, problem statement, proposed solution. Let me see. Microdot says it makes sense from a marketing point of view. And for lock-in, I actually worry about that with memory as well. So the way memory works is Claude will remember things about you and your processes as it's working through solutions. But those memory files are stored in like Claude specific directory, which means that if other people want to learn about your project, then they can't rely on those memories. And if other tools want to use your project, they can't rely on those memories. Meanwhile, if you have clear documentation in skill files in your like agents.md, even your Claude.md, wherever it is, that documentation is available to anybody who's using the project, and it's available to any tools that may want to use the project. I'm trying to look for a reply from, well, really, I guess I'm looking for like 407 remaining items. All of these people are commenting, but like, there's nothing to say after the first part. Are there any comments actually answering the thing? No, there's not. Where did it get closed? Okay, hang on. This one. Okay. That does not close this. That does not close this. That does not close this. What? Okay. Never mind. I'm gonna close that. You're just gonna have to like trust me for the fact that like Claude's official thing is that you should like at the file and use it, which by the way, none of the like tools seem to respect in any way, shape, or form. I have found that for open code, you can actually pass it multiple instruction files in an array. So you can take your Claude code files and you can literally stuff it into the array, and it's like, yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay, but this is our event data. I'm actually gonna work on my skill. I'm not gonna worry about theirs anymore. And I'm gonna go all the way down to the speaker section. Okay, so the slug convention, clearly I was just like, oh yeah, that's fine, I don't care. This is not what I want. Okay, if the speaker, static speakers file with the Rails runner, and see, I even tell it, like, this is how you update it. And it did not do that. Okay, prefer the speakers, okay. Prefer slug convention. I'm gonna make this like a multi-line thing. 1, prefer the speakers. Name parameterized. E.g. this one. If the speaker's name does not parameterize most commonly because it is in Japanese, comma, use the GitHub handle as the slug. Yes. Perfect. Three, only transliterate the name when the speaker has no GitHub handle and the name does not parameterized. I don't know if this is actually accurate because I don't speak Japanese. Alright, if the game is unknown, speaker name, speaker slug. hopefully this will result in it not causing, like, deliberately putting the wrong data in there and forcing people to delete it. But there's one more thing that we can do to try and fix this. And it's the one that I'm actually more interested in doing today. What I'd like to do is make it so that when we call the talk generator, I want it to actually, let's see, OX Canvas redeemed posture check. My posture is actually, I think, pretty good because today I'm sitting on the yoga ball. I should probably be lazy and like plop myself in a chair and like just kind of like melt. But no, today I'm sitting here and I'm like on the ball and everything. Actually, after you had me do my posture check and I stood up, I realized that I was pressing my knees to the table so I wouldn't wobble as much. OX Canvas says Primachill, lol. Primachill. Yeah, not sure I get that one, sorry. Alright, so yeah, I think for this next one, it looks like for this one, we warned, no, I'm not doing that one yet. This one's already done. And then this one is actually done. I want to make a modification to this rule though that says that if the value is completely empty, then it falls back to the GitHub. And then if that doesn't work, it doesn't do anything. Oh, X Canvas says Primogen bounces on a ball while programming if I remember correctly. Oh, I haven't seen his streams in ages. Does he still stream? Let's see. Okay, let's do that. Let's get into some Ruby. I'm gonna go to my speakers. What am I looking for? Validator, and I think it's speaker slug, something like that. Speaker slug. I don't remember what it's called. Hang on. I know which folder it's in though. It's models, it's static, it's validators, and then I think it's speaker slugs, right? Yeah, slug matches name. Should I rename this? Microsoft says mint. Yes. So today I am drinking yerba mate. And I'm drinking enlightenment. Coding with Caleb says hello. Hello. Okay. Yeah, I think with this, I'm gonna make it just speaker slug. Just name. Do I need that? I don't know. I'm gonna rename it. I'm gonna lazily rename it though. Last time we were poking around a little bit with open code. I'm gonna do that again. New. Let's see. And I think, did someone tell me that there's a new one, like on Discord, that Breads was telling me on Discord that there's a new one we can use other than Big Pickle. That's basically, it's supposed to be like GLM 5 dot something, I think. Chemist says, I drank White Monster mixed with an espresso shot yesterday. A bit of an experimentation. I live on the edge. How was it? Was it tasty? Because this is tasty. This is very tasty. Mike Ross says, I saw something like OX Alpha. OX Alpha. You know what it might be? So I've got a limited number of models in here. Let me see. OX Alpha. Nope. Control A. All the providers. Let's see. It's nice of them to order it this way. Oh, nope. Let me get out of that. Well, Big Pickle it is. Mark Ross says maybe need to restart, update, open code. Oh, that's a good point. Probably. Well, and I probably need to authorize it too, is my guess. Let's reload open code. If I have to go authorize it, I'm probably just gonna stick with Big Pickle. Yeah, I don't see it here. I just said that. And then I'm gonna go check it anyway. I don't know why it's asking me to put in the keys because I've already put them in. Hang on. Let me open code models. models. Providers, recommended models, use a default. This is not what I'm looking for. I am looking for open code. Config providers, go. Yeah, go. Okay. There's the GLM ones. Only one member per workspace. Usage limits. Let me do a quick search for free. Oh, there it is. OX Alpha, free for a limited time. This may change as we try new ones. Ariste Hervé says, I don't know why, but OpenCode is damn slow on my Mac. It freezes every time. I can't use it anymore. Really? That's interesting. I'm obviously not having that problem. OXKMS says, it was fun. I needed a deep sleep because I procrastinated doing something and the deadline was next day. Yeah, so I mentioned it, but on Tuesday, I have my talk scheduled and I'm mostly ready. A lot better. Chook says, I'm using the same theme as yours. I feel having Rails validator skills now. I feel it. Yeah, like you're just kind of like absorbing from the theme my skills. That's I believe that. I'm willing to go along with that idea. Okay, am I logged in? Am I logged in? I don't think I am. Where are my settings? I have it downloaded. Where are my settings? Go. Yeah, I'm logged into this. Oh, there's the login. Okay. Let me try this. Ah, it worked. Okay. So there's Big Pickle Stealth, there's Haiku, and all of my opuses. Let's see. I heard 4.8 is actually better than 5, but I also, obviously, I'm not using them at the moment. Okay, so I think OX Alpha was at the bottom. Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, and it's right there. It's already turned on. Okay. You're already turned on, so then why didn't you work? Why didn't you do anything? Let's see. Still. Alright, let's see. / models. Okay, let's try OX Alpha. It's turned on. I don't remember how I installed this. I'm gonna give this like one more go and then I'm gonna pass. If there's like an upgrade. I feel like there should be an upgrade command. Yeah, there's an upgrade. Yeah, upgrade. I knew it. Okay. Open code, upgrade. It's already installed. Is it upgrade? It says it's upgrade. Alright, I give up. We're going with Big Pickle, even though Big Pickle has been real rough lately. I feel like Big Pickle's been real rough lately. I don't know. It just has not been performing in the way that I have liked it to in the past. I have no idea what I was doing now. That's right. I was gonna rename Slug Match's name Speaker Slug Match's name. Please rename Slug Match's name to Speaker Slug Match's name. Update everything. Thank you. And now we get to wait. Yay. John Sugar says, have you run Connect? I have not. OXKMS says, I'm moving to Nix to try it out, guys. That could work. John Sugar says, also hi. Hi. I'm gonna let this run and then I'll try it. I should probably commit. Hang on. Wow. Get status. Yeah, I'm gonna commit the skill changes. Okay, git commit -pm event data skill no longer confuses AI. Parameterize. Maybe. Arista Hervé says next you can specify the model, like opencode -- model opencode /x preview -f -free. Ooh, maybe. Cordoba says hello. Hello. Okay. Let's see. Event data skill no longer confuses AI. About speaker slugs. Send it off. And then yes. Yes. And then no to all of this. Perfect. I go to opencode. Class body already says this, but references still use the old name. Let me check for any other files. I just need to rename files and update references. Use get move to preserve history. Yeah, I'll allow you to call get move. I tend to gate git commands. Mark Ross says, is Chill Codes able to commit and push without a GitHub reauth? Oh, prediction. Yeah, that's probably fair. I can throw that in. / prediction. Start prediction. So if you're not familiar with predictions, guess on the results. I need to shorten this. And then, yes. No, okay. If you're not familiar with predictions, you can bet channel points on what the outcome will be. If you are correct, you win channel points. If you are incorrect, you lose them. I have had a history of having to reauth with GitHub every single session, basically. But we're gonna see if that happens this time. Coding with Caleb says, I've got spare codex usage and I'm having a bit of fun asking my agent to do increasingly unhinged things. Currently getting it to make a library for building Swift UI applications in Haskell. Okay. Yeah. John Sugar says, of course not. Oh, I don't know. I might be able to this time. It might be fine. All right, let me see. Class has already named this. Rename files. Update this. It's going to run the tests for the speaker slug matches name test. It looks like that works. It's gonna run all of my bin linter stuff, which is good. I've been spending, so I basically never used this button in like VS Code. Master Chief says, hey you, I haven't caught one of your streams for several years. Oh, I finally switched from Windows 10 to Linux. Good for you, I'm still on Windows 10. Cordoba says, is Big Pickle a model or a router? So Big Pickle is a stealth model that you can access for free through OpenRouter. OpenRouter is a tool released, or is a router released by OpenCode. So if you look at OpenCode Go and OpenCode Zen, they're basically like low-cost coding models, and it basically means you can get API pricing for all of these things. Let me grab this. What is this? Requests per 5 hours usage limits. There are usage limits? I honestly have never noticed these before. Cordobus is nice. Thank you so much. Yeah, John Sugar says it's a free model. Yeah, it's a stealth one. Giving you access to it for free. Anakin Luke says, good day, good day. Master Chief says, the last time I watched you live, I was living in Louisiana, and that's when Hurricane Laura hit. Oh my God. Louisiana. Yeah, no, that's a what? Wait, is that a fish? Did you catch that fish? Hang on, I need to see this. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna maximize this like really, really quick. That's a huge fish. Like, is that? That's like as long as a person. Are you in a river? That's like a river monster's fish. Sorry, I get distracted easily. All right, let me pop back here. All done, rename via this. Let me look at my stage changes. So if I look at this, where are my changes? Hang on. Take the full space. Now take no space. No space. There we go. These are my stage changes. Oh, so this is a removal. This is, this should be an addition. This is my new speaker select. Oh, it's a rename. It's a rename. Okay, got it. Got it. Got it. I'm with it now. This is not the correct name. How did these pass when this is no longer the correct name? This is not the correct name. This is... I wanted to rename the class, if you would be so kind. And rename the tests. I wanted to rename the class, I don't know, freaking constant. Please run the tests as well. The weird part is I saw it run the tests, but also like it clearly did not run the tests because that file should no longer exist. What is this? You get out of here. What are you doing here? Maybe I'm misreading this. Maybe I'm misreading this. These are my stage changes. These are my unstaged changes, I guess. Maybe they did do it. Maybe it did do it and I'm just being like a monster here. Yeah, it looks like maybe it did do it and I'm just being mean to it. Okay. Let me look in here. This is supposed to be updated. Why is this not updated? How is this passing if this is not updated? How is this passing if this is not updated? I'm just saying. Like, what is this? Oh, this is another update. Oh, okay. I think now I get it. I get it. Why do you have any updates? You should not have any updates. Okay. That's fine. That's good. I can't reran them. Master Chief says, I used some of what I learned from you in my modding. Oh, yay! Thank you. That's like my favorite thing to hear. Macross says, doesn't that lock me in like next to the file name that the file doesn't exist anymore? Yeah, I think I'm not, like I said before, I basically never used this view before and I've only just started using it because I'm like, oh, like, okay, I do care about what's in like my changes because normally I see them. Ghibli Magic says, sweet, popped in just in time for fish talk. It's a big fish. Marker Ross has agreed. Fish is better than CSH. I have been using fish lately. John Jigga says, so you're saying shell causes hurricanes. That's pretty slanderous in my opinion. I hate to say it, but like, I think that's just fact at this point. There was actually a hurricane the day I was born. It was a devastating category 5. Master Chief says, that fish is 109 pounds. And that is from a game called Fishing Planet. I finally had my back surgery and I'm almost recovered. See, I told you it's been a minute since I joined one of your streams. Yeah, I think it has been. I have to admit, I'm like super disappointed that it's not a real fish. I'm like actually kind of sad it's not a real fish. Aristi de Harve, I'm so sorry. I'm going to pronounce your name differently each time. Aristi de Harve says, Windows 10 IoT Enterprise LTSC 2021 reaches its final end of support date on January 13th. Oh, 2032. So I'll not migrate to Windows 11 before that. I'm fine with the GOAT 10. Yeah, I don't see any reason to go to Windows 11. I'm not looking forward to it. Ghibli Magic says, Python is out. Fish is in. Microsoft and Windows are in some hot water, lol. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Okay, so I think I'm all good with this. Can you commit? Let's see. Come on. What happened? Why can I not type? I am clicking here. Nope. Control C. Is it broken? Well, the good news is I can just commit. Can I? Good. Nothing's working. Is my keyboard not working? Hang on. I'm gonna go up here. What are these environment changes? I don't want these. Get out of here. You get out of here too. I'm done with you. Alright, I'm gonna go to this. I'm gonna click down here and be like, oh, yeah, I can type. Okay, keyboard's working. Confirmed. Get. No. This is not working. My terminal. Weird. Okay, close it. Reopen it. Don't make my life difficult. Get. Okay. I can delete the windows. That's good. Delete this window, maybe? John Sugar says, for the same reason, I'm not migrating from the horse and cart to the automobile. Marco says, faster horses it is. Ghibli Magic says, yeah, it's fun when the terminal decides to freak out. Definitely. Master Chief says, the largest fish I caught IRL was 69.4 pounds, and it dragged me around in a 14-foot boat for 2.5 hours. That was a picture of me. That was a picture of me and said fish in the gas station down in Louisiana Highway 9. See, that's a fish story that's worth telling. Ghibli Magic says, mine did that yesterday. Coding with Caleb says, I feel like the issue with fish or other different flavored shells is that you can't effectively share scripts. I'm so sorry. I thought you were talking about real fish. When you said different flavored shells, I was like, oh, like mussels and clams. Okay, so you can't effectively share scripts written in your superior scripting language since most people are using ZSH or Bash. You end up writing in a fairly common dialect of shh. Thank you for following Yumifich. Yumfiz. Say nay to automobiles. Say nay to automobiles. Master Chief says, didn't you have a cat? Seems I remember a cat. I have 2 cats. I have Pearl and Ruby. They don't like me anymore. They run around everywhere. John Schlier says, go on. Master Chief says, girl, you don't know. That fishy almost kicked my butt. LMFAO. Yeah, it's like a 69-pound fish. That's a big fish. That could feed a lot of people. And it can look so Marco Ross says, you can still run your scripts in Bash, though. I think that's what Caleb's saying, is that, like, you can't share your scripts with other people. I can run fish script in Bash without installing fish. Ghibli Magic's like swole fish. I love the blending of, like, fish terminal and fish, because each comment, I read it, and the first couple words, I'm like, which fish is it? Master Chief says, we all know cats are evil and they don't like anybody. Well, yeah, my cats are, so I did the math recently, and my cats are, I'm pretty sure, 14 years old. Maybe a little bit older than that, maybe a little bit younger, but yeah, they're like 14 years old. So they're ancient. All right, let me see what's happening here. This doesn't even scroll anymore. Does this scroll? No, it doesn't scroll, so I'm gonna kill it. You're the problem. You are the problem, open code. Ooh, open code won't close. Oh, it's killed my entire VS Code window. No, reconnecting. Don't do this to me. Come on. Reopen. Show the log. I was like, oh man, I've never had issues with OpenCode before. Oh my gosh, says, oh no, I meant the other way around. You can run fish for all your commands and whatnot, but keep your scripts in Bash and run those using Bash. John Sugar says, I don't think I like the sound of blended fish. I don't know. Could be kind of tasty. That's kind of what tuna fish is. Oh, y'all, I made some tuna salad Caesar wraps, and they are so good. I did like not like, how you call it? It's not like shredded Parmesan cheese. It was like shaved Parmesan cheese, and then I did Caesar salad dressing, Kewpie mayo, little bit of Dijon mustard, tons of relish, and then I did eggs and I did tuna salad all in my little wrap. Can't eat lettuce right now because the Taylor Farms outbreak, but I put that in a wrap and it's so good. Master Chief says, by the way, Booker is listening to you and his tail is wagging. I think he remembers you. For those of you wondering, Booker is my medical service canine, which saved my life back in 2020. Remember Hurricane Laura? Got it. Master Chief says, oh no, you crashed. I crashed? What do you know about networking and point of sale systems? Monospace Mentor says, should you come out of summer holidays with a new project on your hands? I'm not sure whether I did this correctly. Yes, I think you should, because I don't think any projects ever actually like end. That I was kind of getting at. You might have a nice fish language with cool pipeable data types and stuff, but you don't get to use them. Instead, you write SH since it's a common denominator. That makes sense. What do I know about networking and point of sale systems? I'm familiar with the technologies, but like I haven't actually done a lot of work with them. I've done a lot of like SaaS billing and stuff like that, but I haven't done a lot of billing like for point of sale systems, even though I worked for Macy's for a little bit. Ghibli Magic says, weirdly, the issue for my terminal was my antivirus being a bug for no reason. I found out by looking at the task manager and seeing security endpoint had a crazy high CPU. I've never had that issue before. Monospace Mentor says, it's my second serious Rails project. It's a tool set for online educators and streamers. Ah, that sounds cool. Ghibli Magic says, I doubt it's your issue though. Usually it's just the terminal having a day. So I'm using a Dockerized dev container environment, so there shouldn't be any antivirus running inside of it. But yeah, it kind of crashed. Coding with Caleb says, I'm an expert at SaaS. I agree with that. John Sugar says, shaved Parmesan. You'll be using black truffle oil and saffron infused mayo next. Saffron infused mayo sounds like it's easy to do. I would totally do that. Also, I did try to pick up, so I'm too cheap for caviar, but I tried to pick up black lumpfish caviar. And I want to try that on some eggs. Let's see. Honestly, I haven't even written any fish scripts, but I also don't write bash scripts. But just using fish for all your commands, completion, etc. is just so much nicer. I agree with that. I haven't quite got the hand of like autocomplete when there's like a space. But I am enjoying like having the command written out for me so I don't have to memorize it. Ghibli Magic goes, woo, dev environment! I wish I had enough space on my computer to do that. Apparently, I don't have enough space on mine either. Because right now, it's telling me user end probe is taking longer than 10 seconds. Continuing. Which to me does not indicate that there's some sort of login for an interactive shell. To me, it indicates that something is very, very broken. Microprocess isn't Docker awesome. If I weren't on Docker, how would I do things on like MacBook? John Sugar says, AI is my autocomplete. How am I going to use AI to log into AI? So one of the biggest commands that I have to run is like this AWS SSO login thing. Master Chef says, yes, ma'am. Networking point of sale systems. For example, if my customers sit down and explain to you what they are wanting and needing, could you accomplish it for them? I'm not sure. It depends on what your customer is like asking for, probably. I mean, is this like configuring Square or something? Master Chief says, what? You eat raw fish eggs? I can run over to the river and grab you some fish eggs when in season. You have to wait till next year, though. I do eat raw fish eggs. Let's see. Master Chief says, bigger question for you, Chael. How much do you know Linux? I actually have never, like, I had Ubuntu installed for a while, but I haven't done Linux in ages. If you want questions about Linux, Monospace Mentor is a much better person to follow than me. He does a stream about, like, DevOps and stuff like that, and he's here. Let me do a shout out. Yeah, Monospace Mentor has this like DevOps etc. stream that focuses, I think, on like Linux and stuff like that. Master Chief says there are rainbow trout fish eggs. Ooh. Micro says I'm pretty sure the GitHub credentials are gone. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Let me pick the prediction. I'm gonna close the prediction. I'm gonna close the prediction because that one is probably done. Well, I need to re-auth to push my commits. Choose outcome. I am so sorry to those of you who selected no. Let's see. Master Chief says, I guess I could run over to your Twitch channel, lol. I'm on YouTube, I don't use Twitch anymore, lol. Oh, I don't know if Monospace Mentor is on YouTube as well. Let's see. And Mark Roth asked, so you were using Warp about the like AI is my autocomplete. And let's see. Although I take offense at the implication that I'm using Warp. What is Warp? Master Chief says, because apparently there's some conversation I'm missing on here. Lol. Yeah, so I have both the YouTube and the Twitch, and I multi-stream to both of them. I'm scared to like stop this, but I think I have to. And I think that means that this stream is about to just be like, don't save, it's fine. I promise you they were not that important. I think what this means is this is about to become a chill fight stalker stream. Delete forever. Honestly, I could keep the type sense one, but oh, it's taking a long time to delete them too. Coding with Caleb says, what if we set the project up with Mies instead, no Docker pains? I had trouble with Mies too. It's true. I had trouble with Mies as well. Emma Girl says, how would you autocomplete on your shell then? John Sugar says ZSH has autocomplete. Okay, is that AI autocomplete though? Because I think that was what the conversation was about. Margaret Roth says, using AI? Which is the same thing I said, but like in fewer words. John Sugar says, oh, I see what you did there. I don't. All I see is this failing to be deleted. I'm also kind of surprised that it's struggling to delete them. It might be because they're not stopped. Which is not good. Not ideal. Ideally, I would stop these, delete them, and then just make new ones. Stop them. Is there any way to like force it to stop forever? And somehow I doubt I have 1,000 gigabytes for it to use. Master Chief says, now I can see both conversations. Monospace Mentor says, thanks, Jail Codes. I just got downstairs to meet dinner and my son came down telling me excitedly that I got a shout out. Oh, that's fun. Hi, nice to meet you, Monospace Mentor son. I'll be off again now. Talk later. Bye. Just realized I forgot to pick a picture of my dinner. I made a really nice couscous salad, which again, ooh, that sounds good. I mentioned we had burgers for dinner. They had onions in them and then a whole bunch of seasonings, and they were just really good and super easy. I just wish that this would be really good and super easy instead of sitting here hanging forever. Lost the sands of time. I wonder if I can get a code space spun up. Maybe that'd be easier, right? Like, let's see. No, not a background task. Not create a new, oh no, wait, new code space. Yes. Yes. Good. Main, that's good. RubyEvents dev, US East, machine type, create code space. Ha-ha! Let's see. My girl says, have you tried Mies? It didn't even work last time. Like, we tried to use Mies for Advent of Code and it sucked. Coding with Caleb says, I like burgers, but they make me feel not so great. Oof, that's fair. John Sugar says, why don't use the shell much anymore? Basically just CD, LS, PHP, artisan, dev is all I use it for. Most everything is EI and IDE. Yep. Master Chief says, your restream seems to have taken the day off. It's not showing both chats over here in YouTube. No worries, I just opened up both. So, I don't actually have both chats open in both places. Like, I only have, like, the Twitch chat is with the Twitch chat, and then the YouTube chat is with the YouTube chat, and then I have a tool that merges both of them and lets me highlight them. Minecraft says, or the Ruby language playground. Somehow I don't think that'll run RubyEvents. Master Chief says, that's a shame, I'm the only viewer over here in YouTube watching. Probably. There's actually a couple of people that drop by. I think we might have, like, 6 or so people, but it's definitely smaller than the group of people who are hanging out over on the Twitch side, which I think is somewhere between 20 and 30 each stream. Okay, let's see. Which one is gonna happen first? Am I gonna be able to stop, or am I gonna spin up an entirely new code space? Trust folder and continue. Stunning Potato. I like the name. Alright, let me go over here. I'm gonna connect to an existing code space. It's gonna activate and it's gonna notice that I have a stunning potato. And then I should be able to connect to stunning potato. Master Chief says, it's a good thing I use 4 monitors. I have your chats and streams on 2 of them. Lol. You know, when I decided to, like, multi-stream, I was like, I'm sure I'll be able to, like, pick up new viewers and everything, because I'll have people that primarily watch YouTube, and I'll have people that primarily watch Twitch, but I really didn't expect the new views to come from the same people watching both. That has been happening. Coding with Gub says there's a solution to that, Master Chief. I feel like you're like, come over here and watch, and then when I stream once a month, you can watch mine too. Master Chief says, what's the solution? Join the purple side. Alright, let me see. Yes, trust folder and continue. And it looks like right now it is going in and it's getting all of our... This looks like the bundle install, especially the fetching Rails. Coding with Caleb says, yeah! Let's see. Hi, you're back on the YouTube side. Hey, Phantom Glitch! Thank you so much for the resubscription. 8 months! Yay! Thank you. Phantom Glitch says, hey Chill, great to catch you again. How have you been? I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Like, there's a non-zero chance that I will just, like, move all of these items off to the side, and I will just grab these books and I will lay my face on these coloring books, and this will become a sleeping stream. So I'm running into environment issues as usual. Docker is refusing to stop these so that I can delete them, so that I can potentially, like, restart the dev container. Coding with Caleb says we could take it easy and do some AOC inside a WebREPL. And Master Chief says, no, not really. I don't do the whole Twitch thing after what Twitch did at TwitchCon to a few Twitch streamers. After that, I stopped using Twitch. Oh, what happened? Phantom Glitches. Chill sleeps. Yeah, chill cat naps. Wonder Bread's renamed Hydrate. I actually have water today. I refilled my water before this. Master Chief says, hi, I'm Mark Roth. Hope all is going well. Okay. So yeah, let me just do a brief summary of what's going on. My goal today was to make some changes. So we figured out why AI is using the GitHub profile when generating slugs. Carmine took a look. We created an error which started the investigation. It turns out that our slug convention is prefer the speaker's GitHub handle as the slug. Only transliterate or generate a slug from the name when the speaker has no GitHub handle. That was supposed to be use the GitHub handle instead of transliterating the name. And that was instead interpreted as transliterate this, and I thought it would be fine, and I should not have trusted it. And that dropped here. So basically I told AI, make a note, prefer the GitHub handle for the slug instead of transliterating. Which in my mind, this was do not transliterate, prefer the GitHub handle, but obviously stick with the standard that we have. But Phantom Glitch says, is that also a yerba in the background? It's not even in the background. My yerba mate enlightenment is in the foreground. I love these so much. I started drinking them because we're using yerba in the app, and I thought it was funny that I had a yerba drink and a yerba in the app. And now I just like them and they taste good. Let's see. Oh, looks like oh, hang on. Looks like the air is much nicer over here. Yeah, there's a lot more space over on YouTube. Hey, thank you for following, Mary You. Welcome. Wonderbread says, sorry I'm late. I'm also mad sleepies. Yeah, what time is it where you are? Hang on, let me see. Let me see. I wasn't watching Reddit videos, I promise. Yeah, it should be 5 a.m. or somewhere around there. Master Chief says, to answer your question, Chill, they allowed some females to be put in a not so good situation, and I watched it happen live in real time. After that, I left Twitch and never looked back to discreet. Ooh, to be discreet. Yikes. Villain 13 says, tell Claude Code to write all possible softwares and go to sleep. See, I can't do that because I can't trust it to understand when we're looking at Japanese events and we're dealing with Japanese speakers. And it's transliterating half of them that prefer the GitHub handle for the slug instead of transliterating does not mean to replace all of the parameterized name slugs. Boo. Stephanie 8445 says hi. Hi. Master Chief says, yes, it's nicer over here in YouTube land, and we have fresh coffee. Oh, let's see. Let's see, just pipe dev random into a GitHub repo. What is dev random? Let's see. Mark Ross says, and that's why we review the code AI outputs. I guarantee you, I reviewed that, read it, and was like, it's fine. I can almost promise you that I am not trusted. I am not trustworthy with that. John Sugar says, I guess I can hang here also. Oh my gosh, I have so many people over on YouTube right now. They're gonna be like, oh my god, it's a popularity spike. Wonderbread says I'm Australian, but I live in Illinois, so it's only 2. That's good. Coding with Caleb says, run cat dev random and see what happens. Okay. Do I even have a place where I can do that? Oh, we're seeding data! We're seeding data! Yay! Okay. Yay, we're seeding data. Okay, hang on. Do the plus. I can't do the plus. Cat dev isn't gonna work on Windows. I don't have an environment to cat dev in. Oh. Ghibli Magic says, I'm sure something meowless will happen. You have perfect timing, Ghibli Magic. Oh. Okay, so as soon as this is done running, then I should be good. Master Chief says, made the coffee myself. Also getting back to my customer, I'm writing them a point-of-sale system with local network with the Linux Mint operating system. Why are you doing that? Why not just use one that's off the shelf? And like, I do mean that as like a why. Like, what is the reasoning? What is the thought process behind it? What is the goal? What do they want that's custom that they can't get from like an off-the-shelf point-of-sale system? Take this and twist it, and I'm gonna clip it again. And it's too high. Coding with Caleb says dev random is a virtual file that Linux operating systems provide. It contains an infinite stream of pseudo random bytes. Ghibli Magic says thank you, thank you. 10 out of 10, marvelous. I would have glitched out trying to say it. Yeah, some of those I do, and some of them I'm good at. Okay. Come on. The backfill. It's gonna go through the typesense stuff. It's gonna go through the typesense stuff, and the typesense is gonna take forever. There it goes. There goes the typesense. Wait, is this typesense? That doesn't look like typesense. These are not the normal typesense ones. What is this? What is this GHCRIO? Preparing layers for inline cache. GHCLI dev container features GitHub CLI. Okay. Is it loading? Oh, Master Chief says, because you know how customers are. They want their way and exactly their way, and off the shelf doesn't offer them that. Their coin is good, lol. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. So you're doing a local network with a Linux Mint operating system. Let's see. John Sugar says, why does this take so long to boot? Docker and GitHub and dev containers and cloud spaces just wants me to have some more quality time with you all. And it knows that if it gives me immediate access to the dev environment, then I'm gonna start coding, and then I'm not gonna be as interested in chatting with you. Master Chief says, lol, that's cute, lol. You're waiting on this to compile while I've been waiting for Linux to format an 8 terabyte hard drive. This is day 5 now, lol. Wait, why does it take so long? Like, for real, why does it take so long? I'm annoyed with my hair because it's slightly wet and very flat. So I'm just gonna like keep futzing with it until the thing works, and then I'm not gonna care about it anymore. Okay, so we're getting we have the image built. Now we're bringing up the typesense container. That doesn't make sense because we already loaded all of the data into SQLite. Starting to wonder. Okay, now it's doing Docker Compose, project name, RubyEvents. Kind of concerned about the fact that it's starting everything after it did this. Wonderbread says, I wouldn't want to be on the hook for custom financial systems personally. That's kind of what I was thinking. Coding with Caleb says, we're reading elsewhere, you mentioned GHCRIO. That stands for GitHub Container Registry, like the name suggests. It's a GitHub version of the Docker Hub Container Registry. It's easy to pair with GitHub CI. Yes, that is what we are using. But I think we're only using it for production. It makes sense, though, that it would use GHCR for, like, anything to do with dev containers, and cloud spaces are based on dev containers, but I was just surprised to see it because it was running through the seed files, so I thought it was done setting up the environment, and normally what happens is it runs through seeds and then it runs typesense. So I saw a bunch of networking calls, and so I was like, oh, it's the typesense. And then I looked and I was like, that's not typesense. Why am I seeing GHCR? Master Chief says, oh no girl, we won't let you get distracted from us, lol. And it takes so long because Linux completely formats the drive and writes over it to destroy all old data never to be recovered for security reasons. Oh, it's interesting. Coding says, okay, sorry for explaining that. It sounded like you were asking what it was. No, that's fair. And also, I'm sure that other people in chat appreciate you explaining it, because I did not. I was just like, yeah, whatever. Let's see. Master Chief says, sort of like when the Department of Defense destroys their formats hard drives, they have programs to do the same. That makes sense. Ah, you too. You too. I have 2 trolls now. I have 2. Conan Clip says, I just heard a snippet of a thing and I got excited. That's okay. We all get excited when we hear snippets of things we recognize. It's working. Okay, first I'm gonna cat dev random. This is not parsable. This isn't human readable. Coding with Caleb, I'm very disappointed. Coding with Caleb says a Unix system, I know this. Sam Peturtle says, oh, double audio is weird. Yeah, you gotta mute one of me. You gotta mute one of me. I wonder, so like I feel like it would be reasonable, and I think it would even be smart for Twitch and YouTube to be like muted viewers don't count. But I don't think they do. Alright, let me quit this. Perfect. What was I doing? Do I want to install OpenCode? Oh, Coding with Caleb says it's random bytes. It's useful if you're writing a program or something. Why do I need that? Wonderbread says, apropos nothing. I like the color of your top. Thank you. This is my color. It is. Like this, the bluish teal that's like nice and warm is my color. This is terrible quality though. I got it at like an overstock store for like $4 and it's gonna fall apart in the wash in like 2 or 3 washes. But John Sugar says they will count who they can for the purposes of ad money. That's a good point. Their interests and my interests are aligned. Master Chief says lol, it's about the ads, lol. Yes. Okay. Ancient gibberish text. Yeah. I'm not sure what sort of program I would be writing where I would need this. I'm gonna think for a minute about what I was doing. I believe I was fixing the event data scale, and I need to decide if I want to install OpenCode or not. You know what? I'll take a vote just like I did last time. John Sugar says, I have YouTube Premium, so I haven't seen ads in years. Oh, this thing. Yeah, we need to run migrations again. Master Chief says, hi, Jill, where's the hubby hiding today? You haven't seen me in years. I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old now. Conan Kib says, I wasn't suggesting dev random would be helpful to you. It was my recommendation to Villamin13, who seems to want to write all possible softwares to pipe dev random into a GitHub repo. Oh. Yeah, I forgot about that. Minecraft says I couldn't live without YouTube Premium. I still have YouTube with ads. I still have YouTube with ads. Okay. Hi, can I get you to stand back here? Mommy's working. Hi. You can stand right under here. You have to hide. Remember, you have to hide from the camera? Those are the rules. Okay. Tell me what you want. Oh, that sounds like a fantastic idea. Do you think Daddy wants to take you? Yeah. Okay, you need to talk to Daddy about that, because Daddy might want to take you to go see Grandma today. Oh, because your grandma came all the way from Florida to come visit you. But ask Daddy and see what he thinks. Sorry. The rules are... I have to have rules to like protect my kids, and one of the rules is no real names on stream and no faces on stream, etc. What was I doing again? I was doing a poll to see, should I install OpenCode? Should I install and use OpenCode, or are we doing analog coding? And we'll do yes. Yeah? Okay, we'll go ask him.
Oh, I already asked him.
Well, yeah, then he's gonna take you outside. I have skills. I never have ads in years. Oh my god. This is all you know. Oh, YouTube music is pretty good. I do like that. Master Chief says, I have 3 daughters myself, and definitely we gotta protect our babies from the world of today. Sam Potato says YouTube Premium is just expensive ad blocker. I did consider using it when the kids would like occasionally watch like kids videos and stuff like that, but instead I got YouTube Kids and that one doesn't have any ads. Good as it goes, sometimes I do regret existing on the internet. Oh, Mark Ross says it's great for downloading YouTube videos, especially for long flights. Yes, that's true. John Sugar votes yes to open code and background playback, even though they had this without premium years back. Yeah, that annoys me. Not having background, but what I found is that if I hit the home button and then I go to another app, then I can have the little background playback back. Master Chief says absolutely those of us who have children ourselves with UCL. Also, YouTube is in a lawsuit over YouTube Premium about allowing ads. John Sugar says, I'm assuming that was CC. Yes, that was CC sneaking around. Ghibli Magic has started using my VR headset again, and YouTube ads are terribly constant on that. I've been spoiled by my ad blocker on my PCs. Have y'all heard about a Pi-hole? Ken tried to get one set up. It didn't quite work, but like the idea is that it just blocks ads on the router so that they never end up on your thing. Yeah, it is. What? Yeah, you did. Well, yeah, you couldn't get it to work on YouTube. Oh.
Servers that did ad block.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the IP range, what they did is they just moved the ad blocking app onto the content servers. So you either block the content and the ad. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Did y'all hear that? John Sugar says she looked too old to be BCC. She is. 8. Oh, 8's the number of votes. That makes sense. Ghibli Magic says, ooh, that sounds cool. Macaron says, Pi-hole is great, but doesn't really work for YouTube. Which matches what Lifts just said. Pi-hole won't block all ads, but it's great. It only blocks at the DNS level. Phantom Flare says, nope. And John Sugar says, it depends on whether the ad is inserted into the video by stream. Yes. Can I just have 10 minutes to code by myself, Cat? Thank you. Oh. Coding with Gibbs says someone set up a Pi-hole at the office and it caused a not insignificant amount of the internet to break. That's because the internet is paid for with ads. Master Chief says, yes, I hacked mine and it blocks all ads to the router, plus I have my system on Linux now, which gives me a lot more control to do blocking over Windows 10. Yes. Wonder Bread's redeemed cat attention time. I'm like, can somebody run the uptime command? I'm curious now. Like, how far am I into the stream? And I have not actually successfully written any code yet. Who won the, hang on, who won the poll? Who won the poll? Oh, that's funny. Alright, come here. Come on, cat. The internet has spoken and you are allowed to have pets. 1 hour and I have not successfully written any code between cats and kids and Docker and everything else. Come on. Chandra says pulling out the power cord never fails to block ads. Agreed. Ghibli Magic says, heck yeah, that's the best redeem. Wonder Brett's cats, 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 cats. She doesn't want to come over here. Master Chief says, according to YouTube, you started streaming 26 minutes ago, which doesn't make sense. Microsoft had to put some back on the allow list, but after calibrating it, it's great. Ghibli Magic says, getting code actually done on Twitch? That's a thing that can be done? I think it's a myth. So, Wonder Bread says, I found that the best coding streams are the ones where not much coding gets done. I normally get a lot of coding done on mine. I'm very proud of that. Coding with Gibbs says, hey, writing cat dev random is technically writing one line of code. Count the small wins. Oh. Master Chief says, one watching now, started streaming 26 months ago, working on RubyEvents. Okay, you're definitely being lied to because there are more people in chat than one person. Ghibli Magic says, heck yeah, kitty. Okay, let's go back to basics and summarize what's happening. Docker has failed us. What we now need to do is update the skill because Carmine noticed that when I was working on a Japanese Ruby event, I asked it to make a note in there. Come here, turn around. That I wanted it to prefer GitHub handles to transliterated slugs. And it took that to mean I wanted GitHub handles for all the slugs and has now been using GitHub handles instead of parameterized ones. Hey. Are you gonna eat the treats? No? You're gonna pout? Coding Cup says the best thing about Docker is what you did though. You can take it round back, shoot it, and start it up again. Honestly, yes. Master Chief says, see, I told you we wouldn't let you get distracted from us. Aww. Coding with Caleb says Pearl is cute. She is cute. She's small now. Alright, I'm gonna expand this. Bring this out here. Hide this. Pearl, they think you're cute. Go pay attention to them. Ghibli Magic says, most important question of the stream. What is the name of your furry co-streamer? This is Pearl. Pearl's real name is available on stream. I protect the kids, but y'all can know the cat's name. Alright, let's go back up here. Prefer the speaker's GitHub handle as the struct. No. Okay. 1. Prefer the speaker's parameterized name as the slug. 2. If the name cannot be parameterized cleanly, use the speaker's GitHub handle as the slug. And then I'm gonna put a little note here. Oh, she got my keyboard wet. Macross says stunning potato. Yes. Coding with Gibbs is totally cat related. I'm rooting for Jiwoo so hard in the latest Seed episodes. I'm kind of rooting for him to lose. I feel like he wins all of his battles, which is a very like anime protagonist thing to do. But I'm kind of hoping that he like loses but doesn't die. Cause he took on like a really like tough like fight and everything. I think he's gonna win though. I think he's gonna win. Ghibli Magic says, lol, and all glorious names. Yes, I have Ruby and I have Pearl are my cats. Phantom Glitch says, I love working in Docker. Every time I work with Docker, I learn so much about how to fix Docker. I feel that way too. Okay, let me go in here. Most common with Japanese names. Okay. E.g., are you gonna provide me my example? No, this is a terrible example. You're so annoying. And then I'm gonna update the rule to make sure that it matches this. Coding with Caleb says, he's had a couple of pretty notable losses. Okay. I don't know. Like what? By the way, Coding with Caleb and I are both fans of the webcomic Seed, which is what we're talking about right now. I actually think the reason Pearl is losing her mind right now is because she wants, there's a window right here, and she really wants to go outside and be part of all of this. Oh, they're outside playing on the new Bluey splash pad. It's pretty shady outside, actually. That's gonna be nice. We should get more stuff for Kenda Barbecue. Wonderbread says, will your next cat be named TypeScript? Their mom was named Ada, and one of their siblings that was adopted out was named Java. Let's see. I try to find names that, like, you can tell someone at the vet and they'll get it. But yeah. I don't think I'll ever get another cat. After I had the kids, I became allergic to cats, and now they like kind of annoy me a little bit. Okay. Let me try and find some examples. So we've got some in here. I think we might have even had some from this Kansai one. Where we introduced, hang on, not videos. This is what got me interested. See, here's the thing, is I looked at this individually, and I was in the mindset of like Japanese Rubyus, and it goes, prefer the speaker's GitHub handle as the slug, only transliterate, and I should have noticed this part. But also, this has been in here since June and didn't affect anything until now. That's the problem with some of these. Okay. Okay, none of these are actually what I'm looking for. Let's see. Coding with Gibbs is like, just recently when Jiwoo and Jiyoung got attacked together and they needed to be saved by Caden and Co. Yeah, but they got saved by Caden and Co. Like, the other people ran away and they didn't have to run away. I think it counts as a win if you don't have to run away. Let's see. John Sugar says, I don't think Docker is that bad if you make the effort. The problem is it's very DevOps focused and many devs have low tolerance for that type of work. I have zero tolerance for that type of work. I'm gonna be straight up. Welcome, Baldasso Samuel. Welcome. And Coding with Caleb says there's still quite a clear power difference between the top 100 and Jiwoo. Yeah, and that's part of why I kind of want him to be defeated at some point. There was another one. We have another pull request. It's a little bit older when we're still trying to like deal with the slug conversation. Yeah, this was the Babosa and Mojanizer for better slug transliteration. This was a Kansai Ruby Kaigi one from Maida. There were so many of these. Okay. Speakers. Yes. Yeah, so this was kind of the challenge, is we didn't know for sure how these were going to be handled. Because if you look at names like these, they don't cleanly translate. Okay, let me try this. Speakers.yaml. Plural. There we go. Okay, so this one should work. Where we're like, here's the name, the slug can be Genio. I like to use real examples. Slug. I feel like the AI does better if you have like real examples. Wonderbread says, that's the beauty of AI. It's not an entirely deterministic output. One day you'll get X, the next you'll get Y. I love it! KPQ says, hello everyone. Hi KPQ! I feel like AI gives you exactly what you need. Sometimes it gives you more features without effort. I don't want more features. We got into an argument about, like, Claude and I got into a real serious argument because Claude kept doing things that I did not want it to do and did not ask for, and it refused to do the things that I wanted it to do at work yesterday. Master Chief says, I'm back. Sorry, Booker wanted to go outside, then the phone rang, then I realized I needed to get a refill on Taki. Folks, things almost got real for a minute. The struggle was real, lol. That coffee. Mark Ross says, what if we add an ad speaker MCP tool that doesn't accept a slug, but instead just does it for you? I think that would probably work. I think it would help. KBQ says you have to seed AI with your work. We've got tons of examples. We have tons of examples. I think this is actually why it hasn't been following the skill in the past, and I think that's the way it is now. XFC2T says, hi, what are you doing? Let me start at the high level. Hello. My name is Jailcoats. I work on a project called RubyEvents. What RubyEvents does is it indexes all Ruby events around the world. We do things like capture videos and meetups. We have talks from the most recent events. We have CFPs. We have all sorts of information and stuff like that. What I'm dealing with right now is something very, very niche. All of our event data is stored as YAML files, and one of the things that we do is we store all the speakers in a giant YAML file, and when we have the slugs, we really want them to be the name parameterized. If the name cannot be transliterated, or if the name cannot be parameterized, which normally happens because it's a Japanese name, we want to use the GitHub, and then only if neither of those are possible do we want it to transliterate. See, when I read, you know what? I know exactly what I did. I read generate a slug right here, and I thought it was invent a slug. Hey, she needs help. I heard my kid screaming upstairs, so I sent Ken. XFC2T says, I think AI is good for debugging, nothing else. It's a tool. It should not do everything for you. Yeah, I think that AI-assisted development is very different from like vibe coding, and I'm not a fan of vibe coding. The way I'm looking at it right now, I see AI-assisted development as like you are reviewing the session transcripts, you are reviewing the code that is being introduced, you are taking a hand in the direction it goes. And I think that's the two big things, is you are reviewing the exact code that's created and you are reading the session transcript, whereas vibe coding, I think, is when you put your prompt in and you just kind of like check if it works. Wonderbread says, is your chair a bouncy ball? Yes, it is. It's right here. Thank you for following XFCT2T. I use Chinese LLMs. Nothing beats Marxist coding. Oh my god. XFC2T says new sub. Follow. Thank you for following. Let's see. Philly MCV says, I'm waiting for one to be more widely embraced than the others, so the choice is made for me. I think we're going to continue to see new models like rolling in and out of popularity. Sorry. There are lots of spider webs on this window that I just opened to yell at lifts, and I'm arachnophobic, so I'm just going to periodically check and make sure that none made it inside. Okay. Okay. If the name cannot be parameterized cleanly, use the speaker's GitHub handle as the slug. Most common with Japanese names, e.g. this, slug, this. Okay, and let's eliminate this one because that one's not true, and it was never true, and I would never have written that as a human. I just approved it because I was like, fine, that's good enough. That is the thing. Only transliterate when the speaker has no GitHub handle. The GitHub is unknown. It's this. If the speaker has multiple aliases, they'll be included as aliases. Kimberly Magic says she also has AI opinions, lol. Meow. Master Chief says, hiya, hubby. Oh, I thought hubby snuck in for a second. So, this is the window to see the kids. That is the door to see the kids. I'm right in between them. I just want to write my code. Okay. Saved. Hannah Chick says, good opinion. Thank you. Okay. Let's pull this up. What branch am I on? I'm like burning like GitHub code spaces minutes right now. Git switch -c. What am I gonna call this? I'm gonna call it speaker slugs. I'm not even gonna put part 2. I'm just gonna call it speaker slugs, and I don't care. git commit dash pm correct guidance around. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna pull this down. I'm gonna check these really quick. I'm gonna update all of these to be like speaker dash name, because I think it'll make it clear that I want speaker dash name other dash. Like this alone may have been enough to like nudge it, I think. There. Okay, file find by GitHub handle speaker slug equals new slug file. And this isn't realistically what you're gonna do. Realistically, what you're gonna do is a find by name speaker name, and 90% of the time you're gonna be like GitHub, and it's just gonna be GitHub handle. See, that's the thing. It's like the AI will get GitHub handle right, but it's just not smart enough to know all of the stuff that I want it to do. Hang on. KPQ says, do we need to create skills? I have that one. This is my skill. I have my skill. Wonderbread says, seeing Tenderlove's name reminds me how much I love the name of his cat from many moons ago. Gorbachev Puff Puff Thunderhorse. Oh, delightful. Microdot says, I don't think that's the full name. Let's see. XFC2T says, bro, why my message being Your message was, do your cats love slaps in the butts too? I don't care why, but I can't beg for me to do it. Yeah, Automod is not gonna let you put slaps in the butt in my chat. Deny. Oh God. Whew. Okay, that one got me. Okay, skills done. Correct guidance around speaker slugs to clarify it's only slugs that would otherwise be transliterated that use the GitHub handle. Da-na-na-na. Yes. Yes. No? Why are you being changed? No, I don't want that change. Oh, not null indexed. Uniquely indexed. What is this change? Did we remove a unique index on slugs? Wonderbread's redeemed hydrate. Thank you, I probably need that. What are these changes and why are these changes? Why do I have changes? What is this file? No, do not commit any of these. Don't commit any of these. Fixtures events.yaml. These are annotate changes. Okay, git status. Git status. Okay, I don't want any of these, so I'm gonna do git restore. And I'm gonna do @models event.rb. Microrot says, I blame Docker. I do not blame Docker. We have migrations. You know what though? It does run the migrations from scratch, which I don't love because it should just be able to take the DB schema and load it. So I guess technically that is a Docker problem. Can I just mention that I love the fact that get restore is now a command because I feel like that's so much clearer than get checkout. Wonderbread says Docker is a friend, not a, Docker is a frenemy. Docker is my frenemy. Monospace Mentor says just came back to hear the phrase only slugs and was very confused. Today we are focusing on slugs. The slugs are very important. Yeah, we want the Japanese slugs to use GitHub. And for any slugs else, I mean not really any slugs elsewhere, but for most other slugs, we want to skewer them and use kebab case. Yeah. I should have said and use kebab. Yeah, because you could technically say kebab case is kebab. Ghibli Magic says fish and slugs today. It's a moist day. It's always a moist day. What is it? It's like hydrated, moisturized, in my lane, thriving, something like that. Wonderbread says slug kebab. But to clarify for anybody joining, in our speakers.yaml, we have a bunch of names of speakers. Hang on. No, am I spelling it wrong? That's not gonna help me. I can do this. Jo.star. Ah, there it is. Okay, I introduced an I that doesn't exist. For most speakers, we have the name, the GitHub, and the slug. And the slug is the name. But theoretically, at some point, we want to be able to handle names that are in Japanese because some people don't have like anything else that they put there. And if that's the case, then we want the slug to be the GitHub. Wonderbread needs salt. Needs salt. No, I don't think we want to salt the slugs in this case. Monospace Mentor, I got a slug! I got a slug! Yeah! Hang on. Have you seen your profile? Let me see. You have not claimed your profile. Infrastructure is Ruby code from RubyConf Ruby Unconf 2024. Nice job. Okay, let's see. We got a skill. Okay, skill's done. Now I'm gonna work on the other thing. I'm now realizing that I technically did not actually talk to Marco before I decided that I was just gonna have, if we can't parameterize the slug, we use the GitHub. Technically did not talk to you about that. I was just like, executive decision here. Monosis Mentor says, ooh. Actually, let me check this too while we're here. Command Shift P, no, Command P, speakers.yaml. Nope, none yet. You gotta do a lightning talk or something, my friend. Okay. Yeah, let's move on to the part where I rename it Speaker Slug and prioritize that. Installing open code. We didn't do that yet. Yes, we did not do that yet. This could either go very, very fast or very, very slow. Okay, let me... There's my current balance. $12.09. What am I doing? I'm going to open code. I'm going to copy this. And then I'm going to paste it. I will say one of the nice things about Open Router is getting to kind of like hop around between different models. Microsoft says, for what it's worth, they just announced a new Ruby Ireland meetup. Ooh. Alright, let me see. Ooh, that feels good. We get to wait on a loading bar again. The master of nothing says open router is nice. Yeah. Monospace Hunter says, yep, I already got a notification. The master of nothing redeemed hydrate. Redeem posture check. I feel like I've already got pretty good posture here. Redeemed stretch. Alright, this is a good time for a stretch actually. Let's go to channel.code/stretch. Okay, it's a long story, but we've got some new folks, so I'm going to explain it very briefly. We used to use the NHS's official guide to sitting exercises 1 year for April Fools. I replaced the NHS guide and created my own secret set of stretching exercises. Okay, this stretch is good for posture. You want to sit upright and away from the back of the chair. Pull your shoulders back and down. Extend your arms out to the side. Gently push your chest forward and up until you feel a stretch across your chest. Hold for 5 to 10 seconds and repeat 5 times. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Release. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and release. I'm trying to remember. Let me look around. Was this when I was pregnant? Or before I was pregnant? Valid question. The master of nothing, W. Actually, your name is a win. Because if you'd put the master of and then written out the word nothing, everybody would have made jokes about how nothing is technically something, but it's just blank. Wonderbread says, I should give a tech talk one day. You should. I got started with lightning talks, and I really like that route. But also, you're over in Illinois. You could go back home and visit if you went to... Where is it? It should be the last one on the list, theoretically. Yeah! RubyConf Australia. It's supposed to be in February. The master of nothing. Redeemed cat attention time. Okay, come here, cat. You're meowing. Do you want attention? Do you want to come here? KBQ says the NHS recommendations. I love it. Ghibli Magic says, love the cat. Need more cats in stretch exercise pics. I cut you. Haha, cat. Wonderbread says, just casually do some international travel to almost literally the other side of the world. Lol. It's a lot of fun. It's so nice. I've been to the Ruby Retreat in Australia, the Ruby Retreat in New Zealand. I've been to Brazil for Tropical on Rails. I really wanted to go to Kaigi this year, but I didn't have enough time off accrued. And so hopefully next year I'll get to go to Japan. KPQ says, I use back strengthening. Yeah. Thank you for following Devsu. Welcome. Okay. Wonderbread says, I do miss the coffee though. I miss the bread. The bread in Australia is so insanely good. Oh, Ghibli Magic redeemed another cat attention time. Yeah, hello. Coding with Caleb says, I would love a cat. I am allergic. I will ship you, Pearl. Look at how cute this cat is. I will ship her to you. She is super old. She is super snuggly. She wants attention all the time. I'm joking, but yes. Wonderbread says, and the pies. Yeah, I had a couple of kiwi pies, but I haven't had any in Australia yet. KBQ says, what race is that cat? She is a blend of a Russian blue and a ragdoll. So her mom was a Russian blue, and their owners would just let her wander. And so her and her sister, we're pretty sure, have 2 different dads. One of which was a ragdoll, and the other of which was a domestic short-haired black cat, which is why the 2 of them look completely different, even though they're in the same litter. Monospace Mentor. Now I updated my RubyEvents profile. How negligent of me. Exciting. And if you have any other talks, like we can go find and index those. Ghibli Magic says, ragdoll. That explains everything. Yeah, no, she is so like soft and flopping. KPQ says she's meowing with a Russian accent. I believe it. I believe it. Okay. It's downloaded. Good. I'm gonna delete this one and this one and this one. Open code. Now let's try again. I don't know how this is gonna work. Let me see. Oh, it went for GitHub Copilot. Okay, interesting choice. Models. These look like they're all GitHub Copilot. Oh, hang on. I want to go to the top ones. We got OX Alpha free. Okay, here we go. Selecting this one, default. I don't care what you do. Rename. And then let me go ahead and open it. Oh, I have noticed something kind of interesting. One of my colleagues, Corey Haynes, asked us to create these like user interactions. Hang on, wait, pause. I'm gonna grab... I'm gonna get this started and then I'm gonna tell stories. Okay, rename at Control V to speaker slug matches name. There we go. And the other two will be fallbacks. So one of my colleagues, Corey Haynes, has us working on these like user interaction files that like have Claude explain how we're interacting with it. And so it will describe how it makes decisions and how it thinks I do things. And one of the conclusions it came to was like, oh, sometimes she will hint what she wants from me by opening a file in the editor. And then I'll know from which file is open what she wants me to do. Baccarat says, I feel like we did this like an hour ago. We did! Wonderbread says, OX Alpha has a tendency to overthink. We're gonna see. We're gonna find out. Coding with Ghosts is my bosses do run a cat and dog rescue, but it's really just a question of whether I spend enough time in Berlin. Maybe a cat. Wait, what just happened? Why did it close? Did I elbow something? What just happened? Hello? Okay, I'm gonna pay attention this time. Sessions. This one. Go do the thing. I'm watching you. I was telling a fun story about how you have to keep an eye on the AI because sometimes it'll be like, oh, you have this file open in your editor. I think that's the one you want me to modify. Okay, looks like it's going. Wonderbread says, isn't opening the file to provide context default behavior? No, like I had the file open in VS Code and I had open code running in a completely different window. And it was like, oh, I see you've got this file open. You're hinting something to me. And I was like, no. Okay, hang on. Look at the mischief this little soul would cause. Let me go see the cat. Let me go see the cat. Oh, so cute. Oh, that's a cutie patootie. Oh, it's got a little fat face. It's got a little fat face. It's got a little fat face. So cute. So let's see. Are these? I'm guessing these are happy adoptions. Why does it say farms? Oh, because it's Teddy Farms. Okay, so these must be ones that need to be adopted. Got it. And then this is contact us, obviously. Jobs. And that's, we have no jobs available. Okay. I feel like you could go and volunteer in pet cats. Winterbread says, you can adopt the people too. That one's definitely illegal in Germany. Coding with Caleb says the first pink button is all the pictures. Rugmat redeemed hydrate. I actually have water today. Aren't you proud of me? I have no idea what this sound is. This whole time I've been assuming it's like the that you use for a cat. I don't know why it has an F. Winterbread says, we're so proud of you. Rugmat says, very proud. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I have water and not just caffeine today. Allow. Okay, speaker slug matches name. I feel like I could probably just do valid speaker slug. But valid seems a little unnecessary given it's a validation. Also, when did it become validators instead of validations? Did I do that? Maybe I did. Lately, I don't remember things that I do, so it's very challenging for me. Coding with Caleb says, I got an espresso machine. Ooh, that's exciting. Ooh, Rugmat says one of the other coding streamers I watch also has a dehydrate redeem to encourage caffeine consumption. You can dehydrate with anything though. You can dehydrate with like drinks. Shots. I wonder if I could have renamed files faster than this. Would I have renamed it in all the places? Like, let me really think about this. Could I? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Hang on. Get branch. Speaker slugs. Okay. Get status. Okay. Get log. One line. There's mine. Correct guidance around speaker slugs to clarify it's only slugs that would otherwise be transliterated that use the GitHub handle. Okay. Git push. No! Wait. This is a good one. The current branch speaker slugs has no upstream branch. To push the current branch and set the remote as upstream, I have a git config that makes sure this never happens to me. But this is fine. It worked! Okay, so what we have learned today is that code spaces are better than Docker. Coding with Caleb says, my biggest concern pre-AI Rails and still post to a pretty large extent is refactoring. If you want to do a simple refactor like renaming something, you've got a very hard time proving you successfully refactored the thing everywhere. That's what tests are for. KBQ says AI with master branch. I think we set up branch protections. DeRudy says the German text in the thumbnail lured me into here. Yeah, it wasn't the fact that you were my first subscriber or anything like that. You were just like German text. So the German text in the thumbnail was actually the fact that Coding with Caleb's boss owns a pet rescue and he's thinking about adopting a cat and he lives in Berlin. I no longer have the pet rescue. Oh no, I don't have the pet rescue. I can't add it to the thing. Let's see. Wonderbread says this is a big reason I like TypeScript. Hang on a second. If there's like an unused class. Oh, there's the cats. Hang on. Cats. And dogs. Carlson. Gypsy. Oh, does Gypsy have a cataract? I don't know why I clicked that. I'm not gonna know if there's a cataract. Cat. Nope. I'm not gonna know if there's a cataract. Don't know what that means. Don't know what that means. Let's see. Wonderbird says tests only get you so far. I feel like for renaming like the class. See, Micro Ross says TypeScript makes this so trivial. Ghibli Magic says the irony of us going into a pet rescue as I work on my project related to my animal shelter background. Worked as an adoption counselor for 5 years. Oh, that's exciting. Let's see, KPQ says, why do refactoring with AI? Put refactoring in the skill. In what skill? In what skill? John Sugar says, did you connect yet? I didn't need to. I just completely reinstalled it. Ghibli Magic says, cataract. Dority says, guess you need to learn German then. I actually did learn my German alphabet a long time ago, but there's too many Germans in here for me to recite it. Rekross says, this reads so much like AI written copy in English and then translated to German. Judy says, well, I also have to dip again packing the last things for my flight to Edinburgh tomorrow. Have fun, everyone. Bye. Okay. That worked. Yeah, that's all I wanted to check. 10 files renamed. Okay, so this isn't going to work for reviewing file changes, which means I guess I'm going to need to go through this. It does the speaker slug matches name, which looks correct. It changed the speaker slug matches name. It ran the tests, but if I remember correctly, this was one of the areas where I was kind of like annoyed last time because I was like, hey, that should really be updated. But you know what I can do? I can do an interactive ad, and it's got these new ones, and I think, can I patch add untracked files? I don't think I can. I can't, Apparently I can do it for renamed ones. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yes. So yes, I want that change. Yes, I want that change. And then as I'm looking through here, speaker slug matches name, good. Speaker slug matches name, speaker slug matches name, speaker slug matches name, speaker slug matches name, good. Speaker slug matches name, speaker slug matches name, speaker slug matches name, speaker slug matches name. I'm happy with all of those. Let me take a look at 4, nothing there. Let me take a look at 2, nothing there. Perfect, I'll quit. Git commit with a lowercase g -m, and we'll say rename speaker slug matches. Slug matches name into speaker slug matches name. Perfect. Originally I wanted to keep it slug matches name because I was thinking maybe I could reuse it for sponsors, but this new GitHub thing means it's impossible, and I think a lot of the stuff we had built in there already makes it impossible. KPQ says, do we really need to learn other languages in 2026? Yes. My girl says no. Ruby is enough. Ghibli Magic says, gotta head out, but glad I caught you stream for a bit. Thank you for coming by. It was fun chatting. Ghibli Magic says, super fun to chill in the stream. Thanks for letting us all hang and distract you. Yay! We come here to have updates about new standards in the industry. Monospace Mentor says, I'm learning Ada right now. Exactly. KPQ says, I mean spoken languages. Yes. I don't know. I guess if you're a translator? I mean, if you live in... This is actually a valid question. Caleb, you live in Berlin right now. Have you learned some German? John Sugar says, we need to learn AI-glish. Eek. Okay. That's renamed. That's good. I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to say, I want to specify that if the parameterized name is empty, and the speaker has a GitHub handle. The GitHub handle should be used. I want to specify in the validation, just renamed. But if the parameterized name is empty and the speaker has a GitHub handle, the GitHub handle should be used. Build it or plan it. KBQ says translator lost their jobs, poor guy. Coding with Caleb says, Mein Deutsch ist nicht gut. Yay! Ja natürlich. Ja natürlich. Sí, claro. Micro says it helps knowing languages when you travel. Yes. Monospace Mentor says still better than many. Mokiwara says, what do you think about OX Alpha? Is it really frontier level? So this is my first time trying it, and we're gonna see how it goes right now. KPQ says, ich mein ein Berliner. Even that speaks no previous enough. Yeah, I don't know. Changing it to spoken languages does make that a more interesting one. So you're filled with jam. I don't get that one. Coding with Caleb says Berlin is so multicultural that I don't really interact with a lot of German people. At work there's one German person, and within my friends in Berlin there is also just one German. Oh, I wonder if some of that is like selection bias maybe? Malfoop says, Guten Tag, everyone. Okay, so this is actually a really good point because Malfoop, you just gave like a talk in Spanish for like a remote meetup. So, okay, the topic right now is like, do you need to learn more spoken languages in the age of AI? KPQ says, Ein Berliner is a pastry, I think. Monospace Winter says, a Berliner is a jam-filled donut. John Sugar says, many models have been good enough for a couple of generations now. It's only when you try to one-shot an app from an empty repo that you need Frontier. I work on a massive, super old application, and oftentimes I need Frontier just to like understand our import process because there's like a bajillion files in there. Juan Vasquez says, what do you want to know in Spanish? I can translate, lol. So the topic right now is like, is it valuable to know more than one language right now? The only right name to refer to it. Let's see. KPQ says, oh no, that's French, isn't it? Okay. Mais je parle la plus belle langue. No. Let's see. Coding with Caleb says it's possibly selection bias, but for example, the largest D&D Discord servers for finding games in Berlin end up defaulting to English. Wonderbread says it's never been a better time to learn Chinese as it will save you tokens. Oh! Okay. Where should the GitHub handle fallback rule apply? Only enforce on top-level speaker entries, leave alias behavior unchanged, 0 data churn. Aliases inherit the speaker's GitHub handle as fallback would flag 3 existing aliases in dataspeakers.yaml that would need fixing. Aliases exempt, enforce on speakers, keep skipping unparameterizable aliases entirely even when the parent has a GitHub. These are the same. These are the same. I think I'm gonna go for this one. If the parameterized name is empty and the speaker has no GitHub handle, what should happen? And I think for this one, we want to skip validation and preserve the current lenient behavior, accept any slug when there's nothing to derive it from. I want to know if this situation happens. Oh, should I flag an error? No, I think I want to skip. Should we flag an error? Because this scenario should not happen. Right now, I don't think we even have names that can be parameterized. Also, this is way too much attention to put on, like... This is way too much attention to put on slugs that aren't used. But I think skip validation. Confirm. Let's see. Monospace Mentor says, I'm learning to translate German foods by shopping in our local Lidl. Ooh, I like that. Miles Foop says, oh, I don't know, but I don't think I'll ever learn another language, but I certainly don't regret learning a second one. I like a few little samples of different languages. Coding with Gibbs says, I do feel bad about not having learned more German because I do think it is important to respect the country you're living in. And Mausuba says, I'm surprised at how well LLMs are at translating popular spoken languages, including the smaller free local LLMs are pretty good at translating from a popular language to another. Let's see. John Sugar says, knowing more than one language can open up the other avenues to you, but it's not required, but it's also situational. And KPQ says, we almost became Deutsch, remember? Okay. That's why they're called large language models. Mouse food substitute well with good. Wait, what? Are pretty. I don't get it. Let's see. Is it the T in GPT stands for transformer, a technology originated from trying to solve translating languages? Well, I think so. John Chicken says, why are you skipping validation? That seems weird. So this is a scenario where the name cannot be parameterized and there's no GitHub handle. And in that case, I want them to be able to put whatever. I want them to be able to put whatever, and I'll look at it and I'll review it and I'll figure out what we're gonna do there. I think the most likely scenario for that case is we have a name that's in Japanese that doesn't have a GitHub handle, which is actually rare for some of our Japanese events, and the person is transliterating the name, which means they're taking the name and they're converting it into the English form of the name, which I really don't want robots doing, but also when we put the GitHub in, we're probably going to update it. Malasup says, I don't think the T for transformer has anything to do with going from spoken language A to spoken language B, but I'm not an expert. I think transformer is about going backwards and forwards over the document, if I remember correctly, but maybe not. Attention is all you need. Oh, KPQ says the transformer is the technology behind LLMs was created to have almost perfect translations. Oh, Miles says, I had a typo in my longer comment. I said LLMs are pretty well at, but should have said good at. Which is funny given the topic. Okay, let's take a look. Update validator. App model static validators. Build triples for top level speakers instead of pairs, adding the speaker's own GitHub handle. Oh god, I forgot we had to do this. Oh, I hate this. Okay. Extend find errors for name slug pairs to destructure name slug GitHub. Aliases keep passing 2-element pairs, so GitHub is nil there, and rule naturally applies to speakers only when expected slug.empty. I really hate that we have to do this right now. Okay, when expected slug.empty, if GitHub is present and on blank, set expected slug equal to GitHub to s parameterize. If slug matches, okay. Otherwise, admit error. Slug must be the GitHub handle expected slug. I think I want the error to be more like error should be name cannot be parameterized. Yeah, that's good. Slug must be the GitHub handle expected slug. Period. Quote. Yeah, that feels good. Non-empty parameterized block behaves exactly as today. Reuse the single block.call name results for both the GitHub lookup, context, and .location. Avoids double lookup. Yes. Unparameterizable name plus GitHub plus slug. Why did it choose mats? This is like the thing that I'm kind of like, why? But Coding Good Cub says this is one of the strange things that my brain holds onto in favor of people's names or more German vocabulary. Oh, the Wikipedia article. Attention is all you need. Got it. Let's see. Alias with unparameterizable names whose slug isn't in the parent's GitHub. Still no errors. Explicit coverage of the speaker's only decision. E.g. say UE case from real data. Existing real speaker.yaml has no errors test. Verify. Yep, includes the existing real speakers.yaml has no errors test. Bundle exec standard RB fix on both changed files. No data changes needed. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, let me shift it into build mode and let it go. I swear if it makes the PR, I'm gonna be very upset with it. I will say one thing that's kind of sad is OpenCode doesn't really have space here to do like its side panel. I love the OpenCode side panel where it shows me like the cost, it shows me the tokens used, it shows me the to-do list. Like, that's one of my favorite parts about OpenCode. Oh, it shows me the to-dos in line. Well, at least it does that. But yeah, I like when it has the to-do panel on the side and I can like see it checking them off. And then I sometimes like sass it and I tell it like, add a new to-do, this to-do. Makes me happy. Now for name and slug, we can be confident that they're gonna stay the correct order. We don't have many examples for this name slug pairs. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extract that into a separate method and then I'm gonna write a test for it. John Sugar says you have unlimited tokens. What is it supposed to show you? I still like seeing the number of tokens. Coding with Caleb says, does anyone in chat know some good potpourri I can order? I got some from IKEA, but the aroma is almost not existent. Don't you? Okay, I'm about to say this, and some of y'all are gonna think I'm crazy. But for potpourri, don't you get essential oils and drop them on the potpourri? And it's just supposed to be that like the wood and the dried things soak up the essential oils? That's a thing, right? Let's see. No errors when name cannot be parameterized and slug matches GitHub handle. Errors for GitHub handle slug when name cannot be parameterized. And let me review this. Validator equals this. Errors equals this. Errors.first.to each. Assert equal. Name cannot be parameterized. Slug must be the GitHub handle. Expected mats. Assert equal. This does not match this. And line number does not match line number. That looks correct. That makes me happy. Coding with Caleb says good potpourri is made with highly aromatic dried materials that themselves provide the aroma. Wonderbread says you don't have the sidebar because your terminal size isn't wide enough. I know! I can mourn its absence while understanding why it is not present. No errors for this one. No errors for this one. And see, this is why I like this way, because oftentimes, here's my other reason. The aliases in this scenario often exist before we get the GitHub. So this would be a perfect example of someone transliterating and putting a slug in, and we want to keep that slug so that it continues to redirect the slug. Monospace Mentor says signing off. Bye, Rachel and Chad. Bye! Coding with Caleb says, have you considered making it wider? How am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed to do that without making all of this text? How am I supposed to do that without making all of this text? I'm covered in... and yerba now, and so is my keyboard and my desk. Coding with Caleb says, oh no, I'm very sorry. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. This is just like that one time with the champagne. You know, where you like tried to open the bottle with the champagne saber and it went literally everywhere. It's in my clips for anybody wondering. Mark Ross says, or not use a square screen resolution. Look at how well this is shaped though. Like, this is a great, like I fit, it fits, and everything's fine. And also this is done, isn't it? Yeah, it's done. That was nice. Okay. Can you commit, please? Mike Ross says, I heard yerba is good for your skin. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for 1 minute. On Air Mark says, just popping in to say, hey, well, I code a bit before nap time. Hi, On Air Mark. Nice to see you again. I'm very, like, it fell right in my lap. It's gone through the dress that's not gonna... Oh, this is my dress that I'm only gonna be able to wash twice. Well, there went one that's... There went number one. Alright, let's see what it did. It says get add, speaker slug, test model, static validator, speaker slug. Fall back to the GitHub handle when speaker name cannot be parameterized. Perfect. Very happy with that. I'm so uncomfortable right now. I'm gonna drink this so it doesn't cause any more trouble. Oh my gosh. Hang on, has Spotify been playing this whole time? Spotify's been playing this whole time. Okay, so when I started stream today, I was running a little bit behind. And so I had to like work silently instead of with my music. Coding with Caleb says, I was taking the tutorial so seriously too in that video. You were, because we had all... Seriously, it's in my clips. It's quite possibly one of like the pinned favorite ones. But Coding with Caleb was telling us... Let's see, Wonderbread says, would redeeming a hydrate right now count as bullying? Asking for a friend. Oh my god. Why y'all do this to me? And yes. Yes, it would. Okay, and now let me do get push. Lovely. Please open a PR using the pull request template. So far, Alpha Free's been doing fine. What else did I want to do? Oh yeah, I want to do the speaker name thing in the generator. What was it about? Oh yeah. So Coding with Caleb has DevNull, GitHub PR list, head, speaker slugs. Oh, it's checking to see if there's one already. Isn't it? No, it's searching for the thing, I think. Yeah, now I found it. Coding with Caleb was telling us all about how you should use a champagne saber to open champagne, while mentioning the fact that he had destroyed the bottle of champagne and spilled it everywhere. And he was like, no, I can totally get this right. And then filmed a video of himself demonstrating how to use a champagne saber, where he broke an even more expensive bottle of champagne and it got literally everywhere, and I watched it live on stream. And like, props to Coding with Caleb, because he could have just never sent us that video. Alright, let me see. Description. The static validator speaker slug name validator previously skipped validations entirely when a speaker's name parameterized to an empty string, e.g. names written in non-Latin scripts like this. The PR tightened that rule if the parameterized name is empty and the speaker has a GitHub handle. The slug must match the GitHub handle. Otherwise, an error is reported. Name cannot be parameterized. Slug must be the GitHub handle. Expected slug. If there's no GitHub handle, validation is still skipped. Any slug allowed. Aliases remain exempt. They don't carry their own GitHub handle. Also renames the validator file class from slug matches name to speaker's matches name. No data changes were needed. No top level speakers currently hit the new rule. Screenshots. Testing steps. Follow up to. That's not a follow up. That's just part of this. Okay, let me open this. There we go. Coding the ghosts, my jeans were soaked in champagne and tiny glass shards and needed sharing. Oh. Wonder Bread says failure is more fun with friends. Phantom glitch. Redeemed hydrate, which is cruel. Heartbreaking. Unnecessary bullying. Alright, let's see. Let me edit this. Okay, so the actual references for this one are going to be this issue 2060, and it's gonna close this one because it fixes the one-liner, and then 2070, and it's gonna reference that one. And it failed. Why did it fail? Update comment. Let's take a look. The data check failed. Wait. It doesn't match the yerba file rules. That's not my fault. I didn't change that file. I didn't change that file. That's so weird that that got merged. Literally, anybody who like created a PR should have seen that fail. There we go. What is the diff actually? Git diff this one. Wonderbread says make sure to also reference tiny marks. Well, in this case, oh, it's got 2 extra lines. Oh, that's weird. That's new. Okay. Git commit dash PM yerba fix. Yerba fix RB conf. Yes. Sweet. Okay, so let me close this. Thus, one more thing that I wanted to do. In the talk generator, talk generator. Command P. Talk generator. Can it not find it? Let me see what time it is. I think we have time for one more. This is one that I've wanted for like ever. What I want to do is I want to have it look at the speaker, find out if the speaker exists, query it, and if not, add it. Like I don't want to have a separate like know that we need a speaker or whatever thing. I just want it to programmatically automatically happen. This looks fine. Add a date with the base branch. What's the most recent thing here? Oh, this one got merged. Let me see. Let me do a quick git fetch. Git rebase-i upstream main. Oh, origin main. Yeah, because right now I'm actually on, normally I'm on shellcode/RubyEvents, but this time I'm actually on here. No. Can I just get rebase origin main with no interactive? Yeah, I can. Yeah, good. I'm surprised there weren't any issues. Sagama says, get expert. John Sugar says, it would be good to see all the stuff you added to RubyEvents since you started, like a 6 months review or whatever. Maybe, yeah? We could just do that. Oh, hang on. We could do that while this is running. I want to make sure that I specify exactly what I want, though. So Command P, talk, generator. If it's gonna be like this, I'm just gonna go over here, close this, close Avo filters. You were never the one I wanted. Let me go over to lib, generators, talk generator. Sweet. And so my idea here is, like, once we have the speaker, we just add talk to file. Yeah, we just follow this up by def add speaker to file. No, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're in a weird Vim mode. Don't do this to me. John Sugar says, see if their AI can do an audit and summarize the feature from a user perspective. Can you describe the purpose of this feature? My guess is no. All right, now let me check speakers file. Oh, this one I don't know where it is off the top of my head. Bummer. Okay, app, models. I think it's probably in static, but I'm just gonna check. Yeah, okay. I think it's in static. Static. Speakers file. Yeah, there it is. Wonderbread's computer, tell me what I've done here. John Sugar says, I mean the audit of your 6 months contribution, not this feature, lol. Oh. Yeah, we can do that. Purpose. The RubyEvents data files require every speaker's slug to be the parameterized version of their name, e.g. Rachel Wright Munn, Rachel Wright Munn. Good choice. But names written in non-Latin scripts, e.g. this or this, parameterized to an empty string, so that rule can't apply. The validator previously just skipped them, allowing any slug. This feature closes that gap. When the name can't be parameterized, but the speaker has a GitHub handle, the slug must be that handle instead. This keeps slugs deterministic and consistent for those speakers rather than arbitrary, while still allowing flexibility when there's no GitHub handle to derive one from. In short, it's a data quality guard ensuring every speaker gets a predictable canonical slug, even when their name isn't usable as one. Open code. Can you audit the last 6 months of contributions of Rachel Wright Munn to RubyEvents? And let me actually pop in there and just do @shellcodes. can you audit the last 6 months of contributions of Rachel Reitman to RubyEvents and describe them? Stony Eagle and friends, hello and welcome. Stony Eagle says, Big Bird Raid, Big Bird Raid, Big Bird Raid. Hello and welcome, friends. My name is Rachel Reitman. I am one of 4 maintainers on the RubyEvents project. What we do is we index different Ruby events. We do that using YAML files. Let me see. What we're doing today is we're looking at our speakers file. So here is our speakers file, and what we want to do is we want to make sure that when we're working with a name that cannot be easily transliterated, that we are generating it for them. We've been running into some issues where AI has been using GitHub handles instead of the name parameterized. Stone Eagle says, ha ha ha, hey Achille, hello. At the same time, we're kind of poking around with open code. And in particular, we're working with OX Alpha Free, which is unlimited right now. And some people have suspected that it may be like GLM 5.5, 5.4, or something like that. So yeah, we're kind of poking around and seeing what it can do. John Sugar has just challenged me to see if I can get it to summarize the last 6 months of contributions to RubyEvents. So I'll allow it to go ahead and call that, give me all of my PRs. Jinoob says hello. Hi. Alright, now let's see. Oh, it still wants more PRs. Oh, this is my first ever one. Yeah, that's my first one. Pretty sure. Alright, 1137. Hello. Stony Eagle says, sounds like you're having fun. Well, Docker didn't work today. So we're working in a code space. So it could be better. Stony Eagle says, my mic literally died when I started the raid. Okay, to be fair, that's a good time for your mic to die. Because if it had died, like, afterwards, or like before then you would have been still streaming, which would be worse. Let's see. I think this is gonna ask me for a lot of help. Okay, so inside here, my goal is to take a look. So this is the talk generator. I basically want to add this, maybe add speaker to file, and what this is gonna do. Whenever it says, can we have a Docker fix stream? That sounds like a lot of fun. We had a Docker fix stream for the first hour of this stream, and it was not fun. It was kind of the opposite of fun. It does look like those have finally stopped, so now I can turn them off. And let me actually... No, I'm not going to mess with this on stream. I'm not going to break anything. Stone Eagle says true that, but then I would have had the time to fix it. Okay, that's a good point. Okay, what I'm looking at right now is my speakers file. Somewhere in here, I should have like an add speaker method. I know I have no names, aliases, slugs, entries, indexed by, find by. So this is index for name slug GitHub. I think what I'm probably going to want to do is do a find by name. Yep. And if it finds it, then we'll use that. If it doesn't, then we're going to add it. Yay! Now the downside of this is it's not going to automatically add the GitHub because it's not going to have it when it calls this. The upside is that we're going to get a lot more of these, and then what we can do is we can have it review the ones that are missing a GitHub and potentially slot those in. And at the very least, we'll have made sure that the name and the slug are correct. All right, so let's go in here. Okay. Let me pull this up. Okay. I want to add a new method to at, and I'm just gonna like copy relative path, paste it, called maybe add speaker. I think maybe just maybe add speaker. to file. It should A, check if the speaker already exists in the file. Querying by name. I need to query by name or alias. Let me take a look at this find by. Yeah, that's going. Well, hang on. This is index 4. Not index by. That's index 4. Let me find index 4. Okay, so index 4 uses index by. Lovely. Index by field. Entries each with index. If it is a hash, and entry field.toS. So this isn't going to check based on either the name or the alias. I wonder if I can expand my find by to include alias. Because it looks like how this would work is it would just go through each of these. Let me look down here. I don't need this one. Don't need that one. Don't need that one. Don't need that one. Don't need that one. Well, and maybe it would be faster to just look at like all reference names and see if it's included in there. No, these are different. These are different. These are references from the video files, and that's not helpful to me. We really have to add some like documentation to these. Duplicate slugs, duplicates, same name duplicates. So that's names plus aliases. I could say, is it in names? Or is it in aliases? That could work. Do I have like a name plus aliases? Let's see. I don't care about changed. I don't care about save. Name similarity. Same names. Okay, let me search for this. Names. Instead of names, I'm gonna look for aliases because that's what I really want here. Aliases, aliases, known names. Okay, so I am looking for known names. Querying for if the name exists in known names. Querying is a weird word for it. It should A, check if the speaker already exists in the file. Querying for if the name exists in no names. Querying. I don't like querying. I'm going to use checking at, and then I want speaker's file. Copy relative path. Okay. I want to add a new method to live generator's talk generator called maybe add speaker to file. It should A, check if the speaker already exists in the file, checking this and this. B, the speaker does not exist. I want to add it using, let's see, where was it? Add. Yep. Name GitHub slug, name.parameterize. Do not supply the slug. I think I probably could do slug or equals name.parameterize or equals GitHub here. But I know for a fact when I call my talk generator, I'm not gonna have the GitHub yet. because I don't pass the GitHub with speakers, and I don't have a good way to pass it that's clean. You might think that I could just do like speakers GitHub, or I could do like a disambiguation like pipe GitHub. But I think until we have a disambiguation in the thing. Coding with Caleb says, I love all the computer security stuff we get taught, and the booking system for the local karaoke place literally just sends you an email with a bank number and just says, yeah, send 120 euros and your booking will be confirmed. Okay, you think that's bad? Like what is it? When we were trying to get a car, they would be like, the application fee is this much. Just like, give us your credit card number and your like, you know, all of the details, and we'll write it down in a piece of paper and we'll put it in a drawer and we'll use that as our authorization. And I'm like, that's not, I don't think that's legal. I don't think that's like a certified like thing that you can do. I think that's gonna be a problem. Okay. Move this. Do not supply the slug, so it is automatically generated. I want to add a new method to this called maybe add speaker to file. It should A, check if the speaker already exists in the file, checking for if the name exists and no names. B, if the speaker does not exist, I'm going to add it using add. Do not supply the slug, so it is automatically generated. Please save the speaker file. And we'll move it into plan mode. Go. I feel like I'm far less particular when I do like work stuff. And I think maybe some of it is like, I don't know. I tend to go through more revisions there. And it's like when I feel less trusting of the AI, I tend to be more specific about exactly what I want. Like, I'm probably going to be particular about the fact that I want it to generate tests. Coding with Caleb says, slugs not found. Please find nearest French person to locate more slugs. Oh, hi.
Hi.
You are all wet. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Do you need a tissue? No, not right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mommy's working. No.
Ah.
No. Hi.
Outside, dry yourself off, and then come back inside.
You want to go outside and dry yourself off, Busy Bee?
I cannot let you be outside and play when I'm not out there.
Busy BCC.
Okay.
Oh, you found a little kickboard. What a cutie. All right. Stony Eagle redeemed cat attention time. I don't think I have any cats. Wonder Bread says be careful not to knock over that yerba kid. One of my Stony Eagle says, how is the kiddo with little fur babies? Oh, she loves them and they don't love her. One of my rules about the kids is I don't want their real names or their faces on stream. I'm probably gonna take today's stream off of YouTube and Twitch. Just because we've had so many kids and we started off with a little bit of of things going off. So yeah, I'm trying to be cognizant of that. I want to make sure that I like respect their privacy growing up, and that they have the option of whether or not to like share them. Stony Eagle says, you're a responsible parent, respect me. Thank you. Wonderbread says that's your rule, and a good one, but not their rule apparently. Nope. They don't really know that yet. Yeah. I think on the last stream, Cece like hung out in a little table underneath this wall and like did her puzzle because it was at nap time. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Should placeholder speaker names to do blank, etc. be skipped? Yeah, but I think that we have a to-do speaker. I think we have a to-do speaker. All right, let's see. Which speakers.yaml path should the generator use? You pick the exact spot that you cannot be seen. Always use static speakers file.new. Would append test speakers to real data unless heavily mocked. Oh, that's tricky. Okay, I think I'm gonna type my own answer. The file can be overridden. Ah. John Sugar says, wait, so you're not gonna enter them in beauty pageants? No. Wonderbread says they'll hopefully thank you one day. I'm sure that they will. Hi. The file can be overridden. Well, I think it may be destination route because that's the real, well, no. I recently found out the destination route is where you call your generator. I'm gonna click this one. If the same name appears twice in speakers, dedupe before checking known names. I'm okay with trusting the input. If I did that, I'm gonna dedupe per run. I would not have thought to dedupe per run, but if I'm thinking about it, if I haven't saved the file, is there a chance that known names, which I think is memoized, would not have them in there? Confirm. Confirm. I'm clicking enter and it's doing nothing. I'm clicking tab and it's doing nothing. I'm hitting ESC and it's doing nothing. I think it froze up again. I'm not particularly impressed by the freezing. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Contribution audit, Rachel Reitman, Agile codes. My last 6 months. Do your thing. This is a real thing that I never would have considered. Wonderbread says, is it because you had a typed answer you didn't submit? Maybe, but I can't go back and fix it now. I can't, like, I'm trying ESC, I'm trying enter, I'm trying back and forth, I'm trying tab, I'm trying shift tab. Oh, okay, now it went back. Okay, now it's on this one. Now it's on this one. Enter. No, okay. Maybe it doesn't want that. ESC. Okay. Enter. Enter. I think you were right, and I think it didn't want to go back. Oh my god! Coding with Caleb says you're in a big pickle now. Yeah, fair. Okay, let's read this. Profile, GitHub user since 2014, streamer, content creator, chill.codes. First commit to RubyEvents, September 16, 2025, so her 6-month window below is part of an 11-month run during which she's become a de facto core maintainer. Volume, 104 merge PRs, approximately 1 every 1.7 days, plus 5 currently open. 156 PRs reviewed from other contributors in the same window. Added about 13,000 lines, removed about 4,459 across 90 squash commits. What she worked on: event data ingestion, the biggest chunk. Added or substantially backfilled approximately 25 conferences and meetups, the entire ExoRuby 2026 City Tour, Rocky Mountain Ruby, Tiny RubyConf Africa, Piker Ruby Kaigi, SF Ruby Startup Conference, Ducking Queen on Rails, Ruby for Good, Ruby Retreat AU, Haggis Ruby, Rooklove, RBQ, Rukoko, Ruby Kaigi, speakers, RubyConf 2026 schedule, and lightning talks, and multiple Tropical on Rails updates. Data pipeline Rails generator's main engineering theme. Built out nearly the whole generator suite used to author event YAML, schedule generator, venue generator, involvement generator, sponsors generator with mutation support, talk generator, CFP generator, newsletter generator, upcoming event generator, plus template ordering, validation, refactors, and stabilizing flaky generator specs is her single most touched directory. Validation and schema hardening. Extracted validations into array-based patterns. Added JSON schema validation for VS Code. Grew lib schemas and app model static validators. Made Grepfruit Surface sponsored to-dos and validated speaker.yaml slugs. I don't remember this part. High performance and housekeeping. Memory performance improvements to event seeds and speaker import. Moved all tasks into lib tasks. Removed dead code. Unused schedule schema fields, CFP MC pupils, and bumped your bug. EI agent developer experience, wired the RubyEvents MCP server into OpenCode, mapped generator types to MCP tool types, added the GH image extension for Copilot workflows, the event data agent skill, a standardized PR template, and docs guidance. E.g. GitHub handle fallback for non-parameterizable speaker names. Recurring editorial work authored the February, March, April, May, and July newsletters. Where's the June one? Where's the June one? Where's the June one? Wait. Wait. Where's the June one? Where, hang on. Content. Where's the June one? UI fixes, meetup filter bug. Hang on. There's a faster way for me to check this. News. There's a June one! Okay. Had me panicking there. Coding with Caleb says I'm gonna head off. Have a good stream. Bye! Let's see. UI fixes, meetup filter bug, meetups without talk rendering, event addendums button, and expanded contributors compact view. Yay! Well, that's fun. Oh, the trajectory over the window moves from adding event data toward building automation that replaces manual data entry. Wonderbread says bye. I'm actually, so let's see. Okay. I feel like this is good. Replace the empty stub, keep it a public instance method so the Rails generator auto invokes it. Maybe add speaker to file, speakers.map strip, reject, name blank, name to do.unique. Return if speakers.empty, return unless file exists, speakers file path. This one might be a problem because it's not going to exist. John Sugar says pretty solid review. Yeah, I feel like it did a good job summarizing the things that I've worked on in the past 6 months. Okay. So this one means we're gonna need to create the file before it runs. Okay. Slug auto generates via name, parameterize, GitHub defaults to this, node names, save. Alright. Shift tab. Build it. Mark Ross says, does it also find by the alias name? It should, yes. I'm gonna go take a really quick bio break and change out of my wet clothes, and then I will be back to see whether it worked. Okay, you run. T Sharp says, yo, is this GTA 6? No, it's Pow World. Wait, even better because this is real and live already. John Sugar says, I wonder what type of character Chill would create in GTA RP. Some type of crime boss, I bet. Token dealer. John Sugar says, lol, something generate. Wonderbread says, time for some big walk for me, but I'll be around looking and listening. Bye, enjoy your walk. It's still running. Why are you reading the speakers file? What are you doing? And why are you reading the speakers file? This is not what I asked you to do. If you... Maybe. What are you doing? And why are you doing it? This is just the test. Maybe that's okay if it's just the test? I don't know why you do this to me. Margaret says minus yaml.load file plus yerba.parse file. Based. I did. That was the first thing I saw when I came back. Oh, it's done. Oh, that's perfect then. Yeah, I'm so glad I took a little break then because I did, like, I had yerba just like sitting in my lap from when I spilled it earlier. I was not happy or comfortable. John Sugar says, chill, don't question the robot overlords. Have you ever seen me to respect the authority of anyone? Okay. This is really cute. I like it. It makes me happy. Can you do the full period? I like so I really like the prompts that are like, describe yourself. Who is this person? Like, do the thing. It's very fun and cute in my opinion. Okay. Get status. Cool. That looks pretty good. That's where the changes are supposed to be. I'm actually gonna just open these. Yeah, maximize this. And then just do like a little mark. Because I'm more likely to edit them if I've already got the file open. Alright, now let's look at this. I've been kind of thinking about how I want to do this. Also, why do I not have what my changes are? Added new speakers.toSentence to speakers.filepath.green. Why would you do that? Return of speakers.empty. I've been thinking about this. This feels like something that should happen inside of the speakers file. Am I wrong? Kind of feel that way about strip too. But yeah, I think if the name is blank or to do, this feels like a valid return because I might not have speakers. This is at talk.speakers. That's fine. Micro says agreed plus the alias lookup. You think the alias lookup should happen inside here? Inside this ad right here? Because we don't have a find or create by. Or do you mean that this find by should be updated to check for the alias? Because right now what it should be doing is it should be using known names. And if it doesn't find it known names, and let me check that it actually does. Yeah, it rejects them if their known names are included in this. If you are looking for a speaker name and it's defined as an alias, it shouldn't be creating a new entry. I agree with you. We don't really have a find or create by on speakers file. Would you like a find or create by on speakers file? I think a find or create by on the speakers file is a really smart thing to add. I think there are multiple places we might want to find or create by. Micro says, yeah, I think it makes sense. Cool. Let's go to this. Please refactor this. I'd like to add a find or create by method that accepts name, GitHub, and it Minecraft says, or maybe add should just do that by default. I think we call add. I think we call add instead of like layering more into that method. I'd like it to add a find or create by method that accepts name GitHub, and it so that even if you call it, you cannot produce an invalid state. I mean, that would then fail the validation. Do you want it to return an error if it already exists? If we wanted to do that, I feel like the reasonable thing to do would be to call add and have it return an error if it already exists, and then use find or create by. I think we could make it idempotent and upsert, but then I have to go change every place where we put add and make it upsert. Speakers, file, add. It's probably like .new or something. If we make it find or create by when you finally make YAML be like a active record backend. Marcos says, why would you need to change the call sites, right? Because right now it's add. The name is add. I feel like, I don't know. I'm thinking. I can't think of a scenario where I would want to add something and have it be invalid. So I can see the argument behind changing add, but I also think I don't know. I guess I would use what would we call if we wanted to set the GitHub? Like, I'm in my speakers file and I'm like, oh, I finally have the GitHub. What do I want to call? Because right now, you can still call add and provide it and it upserts. So I would add name, GitHub, slug, and I guess we'd probably have a separate add alias. John Sugar says, just make add proxy the new method, then add proxy. Or we just have an explicit update too that requires a unique field. Yeah. Entry.merge, attributes.reject. Document entry, reset cache, entry. Because I can't do like a return if. This is already kind of an upsert, isn't it? No, this adds. This doesn't upsert. John Sugar says, why is renaming call sites bad? Because it's effort. Let's start with return an error if the name already exists within add. Like, if I'm kind of thinking about this. Oh god. It's in some sort of weird method. I don't want that. There we go. Return an error. John Sugar says for the AIS. Return an error if the... What am I thinking? If the name already exists. So do like an add. Micro says, but if you return an error, you're letting the AI to make a decision, and we know how that usually goes. Lol. Yeah, and that's why I kind of thought like find or create by might be the way to go. Also, if we did find or create by, then we create a scenario where if you did decide to do like the active record but for YAML backend thing that you've been wanting to do, we'd have a method that like matches it. And then like an update method. Because the problem is this document entry. Because what we would instead want to do is like update the attributes of the like index of the thing. Micro says find or create by is fine too. Yeah, I think that might be a little bit. Because then we would do a find or create by. Let's do the same thing we do here. GitHub, : slug. No. I would even say no slug. Mark Ross says the speaker files predates Oliviera. No, the speaker was, you had this speaker file. This static speaker frozen record base preceded Yerba. This one was post Yerba. This one was introduced with Yerba. Unless you just copy pasted everything from that one. Yeah, and then we would do no slug, and then we would just say attributes. What is the find or create by? Is there an update? John Sugar says, find and create by is safe. Upserts can silently do unwanted things depending on how they're used. I feel, maybe I do want to upsert. Because I'm thinking about what I want here. And what I want to do is something like index by find by name or alias or GitHub. And then like if not found. Create with attributes. If not found, then we're just gonna call add with name GitHub slug nil, and then literally just pass in attributes. I think I can literally just pass them in as attributes, maybe? Oh, Marco Ross says speaker file was operating on YAML before I migrated it, but I never touched its instance methods. But then add should become private. John Sugar says, but then what do I know? This Ruby on Rails stuff all looks like Greek to this Laravel die. I think I do actually want to know, like, what are the unwanted things that you're worried about with the upsert situation? Because what I'm kind of thinking is I want to go in here and be like, okay, find by name or alias or gift pub. If not found, I want to add it. Else, update attributes. If they even differ. I don't think I care about the attributes. Yeah. And for this one, name is required, so name can't be blank or nil. And maybe that's just... return an error if name is blank. Does that feel right? John Sugars is just in a paranoid world where an upsert is called with an existing name, but the intention of the user was to create a new user. I think in our case we do want that though. I think if I have an existing name, update attributes unless blank or nil. Necros says, yeah, I think we want it to match and reuse whatever we got already. Yeah. And in our case, we don't have the GitHub. And I do agree that name could be private in the future. Return an error if name is blank. Return an error if the name already exists. Entry.merge, attributes.reject, value.nil, value.toS.empty. Yep. That's already handled here. Oh, but these aren't done yet. Okay, and you can't just add it to the thing. Yeah. Macross says it should also raise if you call upsert with only a name that is non-ASCII. Why? Melshub, in the case of wanting create specifically, one should call create instead of upsert. Upsert is the only API for creation, would force you to use upsert. I'm imagining, let's see. John Sugar says, but what if there's a John Sugar then another John Sugar, but with a different GitHub? Again, I don't really know how the app works though. We need to... we need to handle that case, actually. We need to disambiguate. It's on our to-do list. Melisoup says, I was just replying to John Sugar. Yeah. Yes. And then what's the stuff in here that I don't want? Return in list file.exist, speakers file path. I don't really care about this part. I don't want to do that part. Actually, I don't want to silently handle it if the speakers file doesn't exist. Markarot says if you pass name plus GitHub, we should match by GitHub and create a new user if no GitHub user is found. If you pass name and GitHub, we should match by GitHub. So I do find by name or alias or GitHub. Create a new user if no GitHub user is found. So I think you're still talking about the case where if you call upsert with only a name that is non-ASCII. I think we do want that scenario. But I think you want to match by GitHub first. Oh, you want to try and match by GitHub first. Yeah, it's fine. Match by GitHub. Or name. Or alias. Yep. If not found, add name, GitHub slug, nil attributes. Else, update attributes unless blank or nil. That should work, maybe? Add name, GitHub slug, nil attributes. Else, update attributes unless blank or nil. Maybe? John Chicken says, yeah, that's what I meant in my comment. You just said it more eloquently. There we go. Let's see. Mousepoop says this kind of vaguely is reminding me of when I had to implement a deduplication service for Salesforce. That was rough. There's a lot of deduplication that we have to handle, especially with the names. Yeah, update attributes unless blank or nil. Return an error if the name is blank. Return an error if the name already exists. Let's make these to-dos. To-do. 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 I think I'm happy with that. Thank you for following, Marshall Cruiser. Welcome. I think if we don't have a GitHub handle for the match name, we might want to let the LLM double check and raise and have it pass a GitHub handle to be certain. This is how we have the validation set up too. If we don't have a GitHub handle for the match name, we might want to let the LLM double check and raise and have it pass a GitHub handle to be certain. This is how we have the validation set up too. So I think I want to handle that in the validate layer. And I think I want this to just be like, first pass, we at least insert the name and the thing. And I think maybe in the validations, we just kind of like warn on missing speakers. Because a lot of times we don't have the GitHub handle. And I also don't think there's a really clean way to pass it in. Yeah. So I think just at the talk generation level. This would be like, I've added a name, I've added an empty GitHub. Marco Ross says, the problem is if you handle it in the validation, you lose the reference to which specific talk you're currently working on. I don't think so. Because it still has like the person's name, and it still like has in context, this is the talk, this is the speaker's name. That would only be true if we like completely reset. Because right now, I think the way it's handling it is just like it gets a validation error and then it goes and tries to find it. Oh, Marshall Cruiser says, hi, Chill. I'm Monospace's sub, by the way. Hello. Micro says, but it could be like, oh, the speaker is already there. There is nothing to double check. I think that could be a scenario that we run into, even if we, like, the speaker could already exist with no GitHub handle. And so I think it might be better to kind of like warn on speakers that are missing GitHub handles. Marshall Cruiser says, I really like your stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. That way we can try and capture them. Because like in the, oh, hang on. Please refactor this. I've added some to-dos in the speaker file related to an upsert method and add. I want the speakers file to be responsible for validating and cleaning the data that enters it instead of the generator. Mark Ross says, that's what I'm saying. When we match by name and they have no GitHub, then we should let it raise and have it provide a GitHub handle for both, or make sure it's the same person. Conference websites usually have socials on the websites too. They don't. I'm finding a lot that don't. I'm finding a lot that don't have the GitHub. The Japanese ones almost always do, but like a lot of like the recent Exo Ruby ones didn't, and like yeah, some of them don't. Oh, not the GitHub, but any social. I mean, I agree with that. I almost feel like the better solution to that though is to have it go through and look at each of the speakers and see if it has collected additional data on them and pass them through on like a... Do we want to do an upserting speaker generator? We could do an upserting speaker generator that just calls speaker file and like does these checks for us. And accepts all of the values, and then it can go through each of the speakers and pass all of the socials. Thank you for following me. Welcome. And that would also give us the MCP tool immediately. Like if they have the Twitter or they have the whatever, it would just go through the list of speakers and add it. Mark Ross says, I feel like that logic should just sit in a mapping layer. And then you can still wrap it in a generator. When you say a mapping layer, are you referring to the speakers file? Yeah. Yeah, I think I would call the speakers file for this one, just because the speakers file exists. John Sugar says, dumb question, is this all for having something there to generate the slug? No. So we use the GitHub handle on RubyEvents in order to, we use the GitHub handle to like authenticate, right? So if you go to RubyEvents, the only way that you can like log in is using GitHub. So like if I sign out and I go to sign in, the only option is sign in with GitHub. Now, the helpful thing about that is if we sign in with GitHub, we can then say like, hey, I know the speaker profile in my YAML is associated with Chail codes. So any talks I see that are associated with Chail codes, I can like, you know, associate those talks with the person who's just logged in. This is really cool because I remember the very first time like I logged into RubyEvents, I saw all of these old, I don't know if y'all remember when I was doing like the Ruby Galaxy stuff and I was hosting it, but like all of these were here, and so was my first open source contribution one. And I think these two were as well. I am not sure about this one. That one might have come later. But like walking up to my profile and seeing that they already had like 7 of my talks associated with it. And also we need a way to associate like the user profile that we've created with like the talks that a person has given. And that's kind of why that's kind of why I'm thinking like, yeah, that's why we're so focused on like getting the GitHub. The GitHub is also how we uniquely identify speakers. Because the names can be a little iffy for unique identification. Well, and it's kind of tricky because some people have 2 GitHubs. So yeah, I think what we're doing right now is we're kind of having a conversation about like, how do we handle that situation? Because I think one thing that we could easily do is we could be like, hey, I want to do another layer. Minecraft says we have at least 3 cases we know for the profiles merged because they share the same name. So we want to use GitHub to disambiguate. So then when signing in by GitHub is safe when connecting the data. Yeah. And I'm sure there are more that we don't know of because we used to dedupe one name. Yeah. Well, and we still don't disambiguate in the videos.yaml, do we? I think we just give them like a middle initial or something. But yeah, that's why we really want them to have a GitHub. Oh, Mark Ross says I put the GitHub handle as part of their name. Okay, so that's what we're doing for that right now. Cool. Fun. So those people are not going to work with any of this. Rental custard. Ah. This is the one where both Tom Stewart spoke at Ruby Manor. Yeah, that one's tricky. John Sugar says, does the sign-in process add to the YAML? No, it does not. Not at all. What we have done, though, is we've sometimes gone through and said, like, okay, do we have this? Minecraft says, yeah, they even spoke at the same event. So this one probably isn't going to work with our automation. And at some point we will have to deal with that, but probably not right now. Yeah. So yeah, I think what I would argue is that I do want to add their names. I think I probably just want to do another layer going through on the AI side of things. And like just upsert all of the speakers with any new attributes that they have. So like if we look at this, when updating speakers.yaml, the structure is this. Other fields are permitted, but these are the fields I want you to focus on. The GitHub handle is how we deduplicate speakers and populate their profiles, so the key should always be present. These speakers are used for talks and involvement, so if a speaker is missing and you need to create a new record for them here. This is what's been creating them so far. It's just this. And I have actually seen it in multiple PRs go through and fill in. Not this one. Let's see. Let's see this one. I know dentists are using the data one. Let me check for, yeah, here's speakers.yaml. They're all added with no GitHub, no GitHub. That's added. Okay, this was a bad example. Let me see. Yeah, there's no other ones. But yeah, I have definitely seen the last couple. Mouse Soup says we need to start a Tom Stewart conf and you can't submit a CFP unless that's your name. Maybe. Took says, hello Marco Roth, any plans on implementing reaction view in RubyEvents when ready? And Marco Roth says, definitely. Been already using it to test drive a lot of things. Ooh, exciting. Alright, let me go. Yeah. I think that's kind of how I think that should be handled. Is I think I want it to keep upserting. Did OpenCode die? It did. Why does OpenCode keep dying? OpenCode. Is it over here? No. Fixes. Oh, great! Yes. All right, let me go to sessions. Rename this one. Okay. I've added some to-dos and speakers file related to an upsert method in add. I want the speakers file to be responsible for validating and cleaning the data that enters it instead of the generator. Cool. I could have had this running while we argued. That would have been the smart thing to do. But I think I will add that to my to-do list to like add a speakers generator and a skill for it. I think that's actually, let me see. Yeah, I have new skill for finding GitHub profiles. Have the speaker file add speakers if they are missing with the correct slug. New static validation for, and I wanted to do this one. I wanted to warn on speakers missing, which is not an error and passes CI, but it still warns. And so that would kind of trigger the AI to go do the thing. I can edit this to add another one. I think this one is already done. No. That one is done. Yes, okay. This one was already done. This one is new. Yes, that's the one we're working on right now. This is the one we worked on last week. Macross has been really excited to make progress on this for Rails World next month. I'm so excited for Rails World. It's gonna be so much fun. So many people are coming that I'm like super excited to see and that I haven't seen in a while. I love the regionals for getting to like really know people deeply. And like, but I love the fact that at the big events you get to see like everybody. Like people come in internationally, they come from all over, and like you get to see all of your, like you get to see everybody at once. So like it feels like you get 5 minutes with everybody at the big events, which is really fun and really cool. And then like at the much smaller ones, it's like you're friends afterwards. Just not even like the people that you've hung around with, you're like, I know this person, I'm friends with them, I'm like really comfortable with them, we've gotten dinner together, and it's like a nice thing. John Sugar says there was no argument, just an intellectual debate on the relative merits of different implementation approaches. I tend to think of argument as more of a lawyerly debate, because I very rarely, sometimes, staring at Ken right now, I very rarely get angry enough to have an actual argument. But that's a fair point, and I should start using the word debate more often. Chick says, just getting our live view alternative in Rails. It will be awesome! Well, I'm pretty sure that the first pass is going to be a lot of the work that's already available. And, you know, it's helpful to remember that, like, you can actually try reaction view out in your wraps already. It's just focused a lot more on developer tooling right now. I say, answering for Marco Roth, who's right here. John Sugar says, what's live view? What's your, oh no, it's Phoenix live view. It's not Laravel. What's your Laravel version? Let's see. Yeah, okay. And this one, if I'm not mistaken, was broken. Is that right? Why are you feeling? I thought I fixed that. Oh no, I didn't fix it. I never pushed it. Did this just crash again? Does it just crash if I'm not watching it? That's very needy. Oh. Why are you behind my remote counterpart? Oh, I rebased. That's right, I rebased. Mark says Livewire is the PHP version of Phoenix Live View. HTML replacement over the wire. I see. Okay. Let's try this again. Open code. Don't crash this time. If I remember right, we didn't even upgrade open code. Oh no, hang on. Not that. I want the session. Yes, this one. Tool execution aborted. Okay. Oh no, it did finish it. Uh-oh. Okay, it's noticing that it was there. John Sugar says, I prefer inertia. Oh, hang on. John Sugar says, I prefer inertia or React or Vue over Livewire. I hate. Well, Vue was okay. It felt limited. React has been like 3 different libraries in a trench coat. Like, they just keep rewriting the library from scratch and calling it React, which is, like, in my opinion, a little unfair. Because I feel like most libraries would have called that a breaking change or, like, a version change. Mark Ross says, I can see that, but also I don't think we need to limit to just one approach. Yeah. I don't have strong opinions about inertia because I haven't used it yet. I think it crashed again. OpenCode can't handle this change. What is happening? All right, let me go look at this and see what it did. Upsert name.2s to strip, raise invalid speaker error cannot be blank if name.blank. Yeah. I mean, I think you can just do like, I don't think this is necessary. I don't want all that. Index equals github.present and index by GitHub. Okay. Or index by name, index aliases name. Okay. What is index aliases? Tuck says if I had to choose a front end, it would go Svelte. It's the Rails of the front end world. Let's see. Mark Ross says there's some ideas for reaction view where you can use it just like inertia, but only for smaller parts of the page. If you like HTML and ERB today, we don't need Svelte anymore. Let me see. I'm gonna look through this. Okay, return unless index. Why would you write it that way? Why would you write it that way? Why would you write it that way? I hate everything you've written. If index else add. Okay, that's lovely. I'm trying to tab and it's telling me that expand abbreviation is not found. I'm not amused by the inability to use simple. I think I kind of see what it's going through now, where it's like, hey, if that wasn't found, don't call it. GitHub, GitHub2s, attributes.transform keys, and .2s, attributes.each to key value, next to value blank, enter key. Updates.each, do key value, next if value blank, entry key, value is a string, value.strip, value. I think they're all strings. I think they're all strings. Updates. Kind of messy. Entry.merge, clean attributes, attributes. Why would you not just do that? Entry equals document index. Let's see. Entry equals name, get up to a slug. I would maybe just do, let's see. Entry dot, oh, it's because it has to do this. Yeah. And we'll just do dot merge. And we'll say clean attributes. I like that shape. I think that's pretty. Bang. Updates equals this. Let's see. I'm gonna go look over here. I'm gonna say updates.each do key falcon if blank. Yeah, I don't think that one's gonna work. I think I do actually need this. Because right now this is a hash and I'm adding this entry, but I think to update it I do need this. I wonder if I should just have an update method. I wonder if there is an update method in here. I have an initialize, I have a count. I think I actually like the aliases being next to each other. Name, slugs, aliases, no names, entries, index by, find by, attributes for, what do you do again? That gets the, okay, that gets the object, I guess. This one is add. Raise invalid speaker error. Speaker name cannot be blank if name dot blank. Raise duplicate speaker. Speaker name already exists if no names dot include name. Perfect. Name dot parameterize. Let me go in here. Raise on matching GitHub to. Add missing speakers. This is exactly the thing that we were doing. Okay. Document.concat entries if entries.nd. I wonder if I can just add missing speakers at the end. What is in missing speakers? Missing speaker references. All speaker references don't reject. No. No, that's a bit silly. Yeah, that one's a bit silly. I do think we could probably add. Name, GitHub, and then this is unnecessary. No, because it concats the document. Do I need this? I don't need this. guess it's more efficient. It's not technically what I'm here to do today. Let me look through this. Reverse name, same name, social handle, save, changed. Let's see. Okay, hang on. Ooh, long debate. This is what powers the rig task. Aha! This one's mine. Minecraft says this is what powers the rig tasks. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured these were for. I was just wondering if we could reuse an ad instead of that, but it looks like I'm thinking about the experience that we had with the performance of Yerba last time, where like individual messages are significantly less performant than like bulk adding in a degree that it actually matters. Wonderbread says, I missed the outfit change. I like this color a lot too. Yeah, okay, so I poured yerba in my lap and I had to take a quick bio break. So while I worked on the initial draft of this idea, I went and I took a bio break and I changed outfits so I could be dry. Let's see. Wonderbread says, looks like I missed React Chatter too. It's not just React Chatter, so it's a conversation about decoupling the front end and the back end. And I've always said that I'm more than happy to have people like have these conversations in my chat, but that people should never feel obligated to answer, right? So this is kind of like the stream thing is like, if you want to have that cross chatter, that's fine. But yeah, Marco doesn't have to answer all of your questions, just if he wants to. Marco says we like try. I'm much happier being dried. Let's see. Okay, so this one is social handles.fetch name false. Yeah, so I'm kind of looking through this. I have index 4, index aliases, reset cache, clean attributes. Yeah, I think we definitely want clean attributes for this one. Social handle, similar name pairs, name blocking keys, bounded Levenstein, similar name clusters, videos glob, involvements glob, orphaned entries. So none of these are like a simple update. I think what I'm thinking about right now is I actually want to extract. So I have upsert. I want to have an add. And I want to have an update. Def. Update. I don't have to write this like to-do situation. And I often don't for work, but I'm kind of enjoying it here. Update. Attributes. Let's see. Use clean attributes. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that, because then what I can do is I can say if index update else add. Yep, I'm pretty happy with that. And then what do I want this to look like? I don't think I want it to find. I think I want it to... Do I want it to accept the object, or do I want it to accept an index? Well, yeah, and right now this is indexing by each of these individually, maybe? And I want to use index 4 instead. Ooh, I think I want to update index 4. Yeah. Let's go use aliases here too. I think that makes sense. I am actually curious where we use index aliases. Reset cache, upsert, and nowhere else. Because it's a private method. Did I add it? This is the problem, is I can't actually tell which stuff I've added and which stuff I have not. Until I push it. Which I don't love. I mean, I suppose I could like patch out or whatever, but don't die again. I want to extract an update method. Makara says we do like Docker. Let me go see if it's even working. I did this already. And I think what I decided, oh look, it's got the number of tokens I've used and the percentage of my context. Oh, sweet. I think we did this before, and I decided that I wasn't gonna poke Docker today. I was just gonna use my free code spaces usage. For a while, I tried using code spaces for my, I tried using code spaces to do all my code reviews, and then I could use Git Butler locally. John Sugar says like or tolerate. It's definitely a frenemy situation. It's definitely a better than the alternative situation. If I screw something up locally, I want to be able to throw it away. Makara says, maybe it's just Docker's way of forcing an update if you don't install it yourself. That's brilliant on their part and really shitty for me. Because I will admit, whenever Docker stops working, I do reach for like, I do reach for that, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go install this or update this. Yeah. Okay, upsert. It added back the name.name.2s.strip. Index equals find index. I like that. If index else add. Oh, I hate this line. I hate this line. This is one of the ugliest lines I have ever seen in my entire life. I hate this guard clause so much. Like when I sit there, this is just like the... No, it's the ugliest. It's the ugliest because this is an action. I'm taking an action. This is not like a guard clause. Okay, so we're gonna take all this, we're gonna pull out update. Why do I have update entry? Document, index, GitHub, etc., etc. Name, GitHub attributes, name.2s strip, raise invalid speaker error, speaker name cannot be blank if name.blank. Index equals find index, name, GitHub. No, I don't want to find, no, I only want to find the index once. I only want to find the index once. I don't want to find the index once. Ugh, this is why I keep stripping everything. My class says, weren't we saying we needed the models to become more token efficient? How is this token efficient? Oh, a speaker with a GitHub handle already exists. If GitHub.present indexed by GitHub. Oh, I just pulled that to the top. Yeah, that's fair. Mosoup says, yeah, it's a branch, not a guard in that place. Well, looks mostly fine to me. No, it's got an unless. Look, I'm fine with unlesses when, like, that's relevant. But, like, if you're doing, it's branching logic. If you're doing branching logic on whether or not the index exists, that's not how it should be handled. Okay, so here's this find index. This already exists. We already have this. I hate this so much. Swoop says, yeah, definitely a branch, not a guard. Agreed there. I'm not one of those people that's like, you should never have branching logic, you should never have if statements or anything like that. Macro says, oh, and the AI loves ternaries. Honestly, I kind of like ternaries too, but this is not like, not how I want it to go. It's loading. It's maybe dying. It's probably dying. Ooh, I'm up to 8%. Okay, it ran all of those. Here's my index 4. I'm assuming it wrote this. Otherwise, it's really rude of it to change it. Save, add missing speakers, add. This is add. Add, no names include. Name.parameterize, entry name, GitHub, slug, entry.merge, clean attributes. I thought this was the place that I wanted the change. Is it not showing up there? John Sugar says, yes! It has a disconcerting amount of love for ternaries. Macross's ternaries are fine, but it just puts them everywhere. It then has to split up each ternary branch to its own line because it's too long. I stood up and it went out from under me. I don't think I have any ternaries yet. Where are my changes? I watched it make the changes. I'm pretty sure this was where I wanted to check if it was a duplicate. This is where it was making the change. Oh no! Okay, hang on. Don't save my changes. Okay, let me go look through this. Speaker name cannot be blank. Index equals find index, name, GitHub. Return add, name, GitHub, attributes. Update entry, document index. Update entry. What is update entry and where did it come from? I don't think I want update entry. I think I want update to be update entry. Let me try that. I want update to be update entry. You know what? I don't need to ask its permission. Update entry didn't exist. I know this. How many lines is this? 10, 12, 13? Ugh, so close. 14. Yes. Alright, I'm going up here. This is add. It moved update? That's so rude. Update entry. Alright, here's update entry, GitHub attributes, GitHub 2s merge clean attributes. That looks good. Updates each do. Next if value.blank. Why are you doing this if you already cleaned the attributes? Reset cache. Return the entry. Sounds good. I assume so. Right? Mouseshoop says, I just realized I don't think I've committed a line of Ruby generated by an LLM yet, except for some autocomplete in my IDE. I've committed tons of generated CSS and React code, though. I think I've handwritten all of my Ruby, though. Craziness. Well, I don't know if it's that crazy, because I'm not happy with a lot of what I'm seeing right now. Name cannot be blank if name not blank. Where is name? Well, I guess I don't have name. I mean, entry has to exist. Raise invalid speaker error. What is entry supposed to be? John Sugar says it likes to constantly say, "Look at me and my clever one-liner." I don't know if I see a lot of that actually. Yeah, I don't want this. Because I don't know if it exists yet. I do think I want these. If name is blank, speaker name already exists. No, I don't. I only care about speaker name, and that can't exist if it's what I think it is. If I call update entry with a yerba document speaker, I mean, do I want to validate that though? How broken do I think the AI is? It's pretty broken. This should be handled inside of our find index. Find index. Do not do this anymore. I absolutely hate this. If index. Also, the question is, like, do I really want find index? Or I guess I do, because I don't have the actual object. I don't have like a find by. My cross is now I really want to finish your record, but I shouldn't. No, you have to do front end stuff. You have to finish. You have to finish urban reaction view. Soup says I just realized I don't think I've oh no, that's the same thing. John Sugar says I reach for AI code gen, then commit when I'm confident the patterns domain logic already exists to build from. When I'm unsure of the approach or it's a newish area in the domain, I hand code. Yeah. Mouse Soup says I totally forgot, but Cameron said I might have to rebase a Garnet branch due to Marco swapping out the test suite. Is that true? I haven't circled back to that yet. Let's see. Okay, this is good. This is good. Let me go check find index. Find index. Okay. That looks good. That looks good. Okay. I don't... you little... I don't like that. I want to merge these. Okay. A. Or... parentheses. Name. And index aliases. Name. Yes. I do think it's interesting that this is the only index by that this does not work for. I'm kind of tempted to like... okay, let me try this. Index by. Thank you for following, EasySF. Welcome. Okay, index by field. Index is field. Entries each with index. Okay. Yeah, so that's not what I want. I do actually want to separate, like, this one. Unless I wanted to do, like, an if and be like, no, I want this one, but I don't think I do. Reset cache. I mean, did I save it? Is that gonna work? I need to look over my tests. Okay. So I'm gonna delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this. Yes, excellent. Now we're gonna use index 4 instead of index aliases. So rude. Oh, wait, where did I index by? if GitHub present, and index by GitHub. I mean, should I just take all this and pass it to index 4? I think I should. I think I should. Instead of using no names. Mark Ross says the track about index 4 was that we don't have to build the index for a field we are not looking at. I'm not sure that's still 100% true now. Well, the trick. Yeah. Mark Ross says it's 100% API compatible. You only might have to swap an import statement. If it were me building this, I would never have done this way. I would have instead... Hang on. Index 4. Yes. I think I should clean it here. Slug equals... slug dot 2s. Well, and I don't think the 2s is necessary to be frank. Slug dot strip. Name equals name dot strip. And then GitHub equals. And I'm not even sure we really need that, but I'm gonna do it. And then all of these need lonelies because they might be nils. Hang on, I'm gonna try something. Shift. No, it's in the... Oh, do I click this one? Hang on. Ah, I'm trying to practice using like the shift on one side and the other hand on the other because it's, yeah. Let's see. Mark Ross says, I'm curious about what the uplift is of integrating reaction view into RubyEvents is. What do you hope to gain? The site's working already, so, or do you see new things it will enable? Same question applies to a migration to inertia plus JS approach. RubyEvents might not be the best use case for this, disagree, but it will enable more ambitious and interactive websites that aren't really easily doable before. RubyEvents worked around a lot of it just because I know my way around hotware, but a lot of people don't want to dig into that. I have experienced multiple like little bugs and issues that have come out of the fact that like hotwire has a really challenging interface to work with. Like if you go to contribute, half the time you click these, there'll be like content missing. Okay, this one actually did work. Because when you're clicking the different tabs, it's swapping between them. And like, if you haven't got like all of these included in all of them. Look at where it says, look at these peasants writing code by hand. How primitive. That's rude. Let's see. Talks and inaccurate. Let me think. What is an example of this? I think it's... Let me look at... I'll do this one. I'm not showing you all my bookmarks. Alright, so if we go in here, I'm gonna like click this. And I think it's like if you bookmark it, where are my bookmarks? It like pauses it. And yeah. I don't know. John Sugar says, oh, so it's using hotwire already. I didn't realize. Yeah, but this would be pretty major refactor to how we're doing things. But I don't know, there's just so many little niceties that I think it will help with. But also I think one of, I don't know. might be wrong about this, but in my opinion, one of the purposes of Ruby events is to demonstrate the capabilities of reaction view. It definitely exists on its own and has its own independent purpose, and it is by far like one of the best event apps, but John Sugar says, I thought it was just a migration from ERB. We have a lot of little reactive pieces, and I think that we could build more of them in. Oh, I know one. Let's go to events. Let's go to this one. Let's go to participants. Okay. If I look through this, and I like star. Okay, that worked, and he like disappeared and jumped up to this section. And it's like, yeah, sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. It's working really well today. I need you to fail. I need you to be bad at this today. I need you to be bad at this and you're being good at it. Okay. Well, anyway. There are lots of little reactive pieces that could be better. Somebody was talking about wanting to filter this by continent, which I think would be nice, but we don't really have a good spot for like filter panes and stuff like that. And we just cleaned up like the event view, but if we could have like a drop down. Thank you for following Brindamjkid. Brindamishkid. Thank you for following. But like if we could do like a little drop down here that like dropped down a section and was like apply these filters, then we could do things like, is it online? Is it a meetup? Is it in the past? Is it in the future? Is it happening within these dates? Is it happening in these locations? Like, and then we could have this dynamically update without modifying any of this stuff. Ooh, meetups. But yeah, all of that stuff would be really nice in my opinion. Well, and there's the other page, which is like the favorite Rubyists. So yeah. Marco says, yeah, I can make all this stuff work with Hotwire, but just not really as nice as it is in other client-side reactive frameworks. Also, pretty much no optimistic UI unless they build it purposely for that. Yeah. I don't know, I like it. I want it. I want to try it. I'm excited. Let's see. In the meantime, though, mucking around with this stuff. Invalid speaker, duplicate name, speaker already exists as this. Yeah, I was thinking about changing this. I think I'm just gonna leave it. I think I'm okay with this as it is. And this is if index, update entry, document index, yes. Else, add name, GitHub, attributes. Good. I don't think I need to specify that slug is no, so that's good too. Alright, so you're done. I have refactored. Sorry. The linter has updated the files according to its preferences. Please do not modify them back. The linter must be run manually. Marco says, I got a deployed demo of the chat interface. Ooh, exciting. Not Ruby events related. I'll click it. I'll open it. Megaron says the human linter updated. Understood! I'll leave the linter's formatting in place and won't revert its changes. All work from the refactor is complete. Update extracted. GitHub duplicate card added. Tests passing. Standard RB clean. Can you run the tests again? The linter didn't want duplicate update and update entry methods, so it consolidated them. Chick says chill codes, maybe a front end stream someday with Hotwire. I have done a few like little front end streams where like I dabbled a little bit. That was back when we were doing the, what's the word? When we were doing the mutual attendees stuff. I do want to return to that someday. What I'm trying to do is make it easy to do events. Well, also, as I mentioned before, I have the Rails World Talk upcoming, and I am like strict with myself, so I'm not allowing myself to venture out into just random things that I want to do. Took says, no, I missed it, and it was in my pre-YouTube days, so you can't go back and watch it. Now, most of my streams are up on YouTube. I've taken a few down, either because I was not in a good mood that stream and I didn't like the way I represented myself, or there were like kids in them. I think there's like 2 that I've taken down for the kids. John Sugar says, Chael, you are lying to the robot? Well, the robot lies to me. I don't see why I shouldn't lie to it back. Because how responsible. No wonder didn't want duplicate update, so I consolidated them. The consolidation left 4 breakages. Upsert still calls the remove find index. Update entry references an undefined name local. It lost the blank value card, so an empty git would update this. Oh, hang on. No. Stop. The linter is very prickly. You have to undo. Hang on, it took out this. Missing not each do name, add name, GitHub. Oh, I think I want this actually. Hang on. Hang on. You have to undo the 2 changes you just made and keep the speakers file and and keep the speaker file exactly as you found it. Update the tests to match the new speaker file. Only modify the speaker file if modifying. No. Tell me if you can't make a passing test. Tell me if you can't get the tests passing from the exact speaker file. John Sugar says, this reminds me when the kid goes to one parent and says the other parent said it was okay. Mouse says, after into the store. Peace all. Good to see everyone again. Bye. The linter is very prickly. So my thing is like, for like, okay, hang on. I want to bring this up. So does anybody remember that like 1 month where every time you made manual changes to a file, the model would come back to you and be like, it looks like the linter has made changes to the file. 2 things. 1, that indicates to me that they're changing the model behind the scenes, or that the harness is having way more of an impact than we think it does. Mike Ross says, it still does this today. It does? Maybe I'm not modifying files at work enough. Maybe I need to modify files at work more. There you go. Put it back. That's right. Oh, wait. I think this is broken. Yeah, I think this is broken, actually. Can I open the speakers? File restored. Okay. Yes. Good. Let me actually, I'm gonna get rid of this really quick and I'm gonna go find that one and fix it really quick. Can I fix it before the AI notices? Which one was it again? Hang on. It was like there's the update entry. There's the ad. What was it called again? Oh my god, it was like missing speakers. I don't want to change it. Yeah, missing speakers. Add missing speakers. This one. Okay, this one, you have to do this. Comma, slug, name dot, parameterize. Ah! No, stop it. Parameterize. Yes. Oh, Makarov says if it doesn't say that, it says another concurrent session is working in this work tree. I get frustrated by that because I feel like I do want to work concurrently. No, not add stores name and handles exactly as provided. I want to keep that test. I just want to strip it in a different location. I wanted to tell me about this. This is so annoying. This is so annoying because I want to see those failing tests and then like modify them. Because like this update entry. Yeah, if name.blank. This does not exist. Yeah, that one does not exist. That's not actually a valid thing. This is clean attributes. Clean attributes should be cleaning the attributes. Makarov says you should be able to set up the harness in a way to not let it update files or a certain folder. Yeah. I know that you've talked before about like not allowing file edits outside of Yerba or the generators. I feel like clean attributes should do this. Does clean attributes strip? Reject if value is nil, is empty. If it's a string, it strips it. Yeah, so I don't need to do this again. Where are you? I've already cleaned the attributes. Where are you? Yeah, I don't need this. I just need value. Okay, the consolidated file calls these that don't exist. Upsert calls find index name GitHub, but no such method exists anywhere in the class. Every code path through upsert crashes. Update entry references undefined local name if name.blank. Add missing speakers double appends, add already appends, then document.concat entry appends again, and blank GitHub now overwrites existing handles since the blank strip guard is gone. 2 minimal model fixes would make everything pass. Restore a private find. No! 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 Okay, where's the find again? You're so annoying. Index 4. Is it so hard to index 4? Like, what? Why wouldn't you just index 4? Where are you? I'm used to looking over here for the green and then finding it. Okay, so this is, instead of find index, this is now index 4. Mind-blowing. Okay, if index, update entry, add. So that one fixes that one. That one fixes that one. Ooh, blank GitHub. No, it's a missing speaker. If it's a missing speaker, the GitHub doesn't exist. If it's a missing speaker, the GitHub doesn't exist. Obviously. You're so annoying. How do I run the tests? You tell me exactly how to run the tests. I'm gonna go run the tests all by myself without you. Oh, I wanna read this. Okay, period, September 16th, 2025 to August 23rd, 2026, 11 months, ongoing. Okay, December is when I joined. I need to make sure that the newsletter includes Hans joining the team. Her tenure splits into 3 clear phases. Onboarding via developer experience, approximately 6 PRs. Arrive through contributor experience work rather than data, dev containers, interactive rebase commit messages, a co-pilot dev environment setup, a retreat guide. Okay, what does the retreats have to do with developer experience? Low volume infrastructure flavored. The ramp, data, docs, and 1 product feature. 1 product feature. Event catalog expansion, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Docs is first class output. Split each of these into per task guides. Seed, import, reliability, short, fast speeds, stable new seeding rank tasks, duplicate city error reporting, GitHub Actions, annotation, schema validation, wired into Binland. 1 real product feature, favorite Rubyist end to end. Just 1. Let's see. John Sugar says a couple of months back, the EA got to the end of its task, tested, linted. Everything was good. Then the final line, it said it's in response, was, quick thing, I noticed a typo in your request. Color is spelled color. It was a pointless thing to say. I found it funny. I forget the actual word. It wasn't color. Wow. That's interesting. That's real sassy in my opinion. And then maintainer mode. Automation replaces manual entry, builds out the full generator suite. Seed memory optimization, MCP server integration, monthly newsletters, and 25 more events added while carrying most code review. Area. Event conference data is the largest single category with 40 plus events touched. Test lib generators is her #1 directory. Consistent thread from day 1, contributing agents, PR. Validation schema integrity, lib schema, and static validators, app features and fixes, favorite Rubyist, meetup filter, attendance button, locations page. Fixes. I have done a couple of little fixes there. Review maintainership, 202 PRs reviewed versus 189 authored. Reviews exceed her own output. Oh, that's fun. I like this. This is cute. That makes me happy. I feel like that's a pretty good description. Alright, let's see. Expected 2, actual 1. Adds unknown speakers to this. Okay, let me go look at this one. Alt click. Ah! This thing. Okay, control click. Is it frozen? Did it get stuck? Okay. There we go, much better. Maybe I should just review all of these. There weren't that many. And see like which ones apply to me. This is the wrong test. This is a talk generator test. Why am I looking at that? Why am I looking at this? Wait, which one did you run? Oh, is it running? Why is it running that one? And why does it have failures? Expected 2, actual 1. Hang on, let me... I actually do care about this test. I'm just surprised that I'm working on this one right now and not the other one. Yeah, okay, let me take this down. Test talk generator, creates a minimum, creates a maximum, infers a non-default kind from the title, does not write a kind when the title classifies as default, an explicit kind wins over title inference, writes an explicit, update videos.yaml if called twice, append if called with different details, fails when ID does not match, updating with ID does not append a new entry, fails when ID is an old ID. Figaro says, that's the one you copied and read yourself. I know. Clearly I did not pay attention. I was just like, I'm gonna steal this test and run it. Let me see. Okay, Here we go. Adds unknown speakers to data speakers with generated slugs. Seed speakers file. Okay, it looks like this is a method. So this is gonna make a directory with the speakers file path. Okay, write speakers file path content. This is like making a directory that I don't really want. I think what I want here is I want it to like do what I do for the destination, where I make a temp directory. I might even say like just use this as the destination for my speakers file, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think I would prefer that. Let me go look at my talk generator and how it works. Okay, speakers file path is file.join destination root data speakers.yaml. That looks perfect. That's exactly what I want. I don't know why the test is not doing this. Yeah, I don't think I want this. I don't think I want this. I want file.write. And then I want like this, where it's like destination root. Like where did it go? This is the wrong one. I want this one. Yes. Speakers file path. Yeah. Quote start making. Yes. Because it's always going to be exactly the same thing. I don't... No, look! It's the same... No, that's not right. Oh, this is speakers file path. Oh, this is destination root. Okay, so wait, that does work. So then, what was that thing before about like making its own directory? Don't want that. I want this. Yes. 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 This is exactly what I want. I have created my own speaker directory, or my own speaker file inside of like this thing. Yes. Yeah. And I'm okay with this existing. I think that's a good idea. Does not raise when data speakers.yaml is absent. I don't really care about this one. I'm not pressed about this test. That's not an important piece of functionality to me. Adds a speaker listed twice, only once. Oh, okay. We added the speaker twice. Assert equal this and this. Okay, and this is like your Bapurse file today. I guess I'm okay with that. I would normally want to like assert content. Tired Beaver says stunning potato. Yes, it's lovely. Okay. Tests adds a speaker listed twice, only once. Good. Does not add placeholder to do speakers when speaker is omitted. I don't think this is important for me to test here. But also, I believe we have the to-do speaker as a real speaker in speaker.yaml. No, I want to do this. Yeah. Name to do, GitHub, slug to do. Talk generator. I'm gonna take a look at this. Maybe add speakers to file, return file unless it exists. I'm not really pressed about this one. I don't think that's worth pursuing. Talk.speakers.map and strip reject name equals to do. Not pressed about that one either. This is valid. If the speakers is empty, I don't care. Monkeywire says, when you work with other models, do you usually need to step in like this, or do they usually get it right? I almost always step in. I almost always have capital O opinions. Speakers.each, name, speakers file.upsert, name. That's exactly what I want. Return unless speakers file.changed, otherwise speakers file.save. I don't think I would want to do that. I think what I would want to do... Oh! Added or updated speakers in speakers file. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Agreed. Oh, okay, so this is the return unless save, and this is save. Okay, that makes sense. Tired Beaver says, I'm eating banh mi right now with an avocado smoothie. Oh my god. That sounds so good. That sounds so good right now. I'm like perpetually hungry, so you're like, I'm having banh mi, and I'm like, Tired Beaver says yes, yes. I haven't had pho in so long because I feel like if you're gonna have it, you should like get it from an actual restaurant. Because I think it takes like 8 to 11 hours to make a good one. Let's see. Okay. Let me save this. Test adds unknown speakers to data. Let me go over here. I'm gonna talk generator test. Does not add placeholder to do speakers when speakers is omitted. This is kind of irrelevant. Adds a speaker listed twice, only once. I'm good with that one. Does not add speakers that are only known by an alias. What? Why would I want that? No, I would want... Oh, that are known from their alias. So you have Jane Doe, JD, JD, JD. Assert equal Jane Doe speakers.first.name. Okay. I think this is enough, but I don't mind this one being included. Does not add speakers that already exist in speakers.yaml. New person, okay. Keynote Jane Doe, John Smith. I will say, I feel like I make better examples. Viper Gaming says, hey, how are you doing? Awesome to meet you. Hi, Viper Gaming. I'm doing well. I'm mucking around with some tests. Let's see. I'm gonna see in my speakers file. Read speakers file should have assert equal name GitHub slug, name GitHub slug, and speakers. That seems right to me. This seeds it. This one adds Jane Doe. Jane Doe, a new person. I don't feel like that's what this does. I feel like that tests two things at once, but I'm okay with that. I feel like this is only add speakers that don't exist in data speakers/YAML. That looks good. 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 Yep. Yep. So which one of these failed? I'm gonna run it again. And then if it fails, I'm gonna do the other one. Viper Gaming says, so what are you working on today? I am one of 4 maintainers on a project called RubyEvents.org. What we're doing is we are indexing all Ruby events. We do this by storing our event data. So for example, RubyConf Africa, which just finished, would be RubyConf Africa. Oh, I forgot that this isn't gonna work. My search isn't working because Docker wasn't working, so I'm using a code space. Anyway, you're just gonna have to trust me that we support all of these with YAML files. Today, the one that we're looking at is our speakers.yaml file, which is a list of a whole bunch of speakers. Just a whole bunch of them with a whole bunch of different data. The whole file is like 18,500 lines long. So what we're doing today is we're handling the case where when I create a talk, I go ahead and I create an empty speaker. And then what we're going to do is we're going to iterate over those missing speakers and see if we can find the GitHub information for any of them. Right now what it's telling me is undefined local variable or method speakers for an instance of talk generator, which seems wrong. No such file or directory. Oh, data speakers.yaml. Interesting. Oh, so I think it's because I'm creating it before I make the data file, maybe? Maybe? Let me see. So yeah, what I'm working on right now is getting the test working. Oh, I think I see what's happening. I think here, file dot maker. Can I do a write that makes all the stuff? Viper Gaming says, so it's basically like streamlining the search when a new speaker is created, right? Yeah, so when we create new videos, sometimes we'll have new speakers for those videos. And so this is like, go ahead and create that speaker in our file. I'm gonna look into, okay, hang on. Control, hang on. Ah, where is it? Control tip. Come on. Control tip. There we go. Let's go to open code. I'm gonna shift you into build mode so you can't do anything. Is there an option on file.write that creates directories that are missing? Baby Giving says that is really awesome. Thank you. I like it a lot. It's very fun. Baby Gaming says, how long have you been working on this project? Since the... Okay. Sorry. I don't think I included this in the beginning. I am one of 4 maintainers on the project, and I have been working on it since December of last year, but it has been going for much longer than that. And it's actually a consolidation of 2 different projects in the Ruby ecosystem, one of which was rubyvideo.dev, and the other one is Ruby Conferences, which has been around for much, much longer. Makara says, isn't there a MIG-dir-p or something? I think so. Yeah, this one. I just learned that though. Yay, I learned something new. Oh, that's why I did file.directory name. But instead of path, I need like speak. Okay. I understand what this was doing now. Okay. That explains it. Okay. Let me look at this really quick, and I'm gonna say like, okay. Let me try and run the specs again. Ooh, they all failed. Okay, so they don't like the fact that speakers is missing for an instance of talk generator. Oh, these are the rest of them. These are the rest of them. Ooh, do I need to make a speaker file for the rest of them too? This is why I wanted to return if the speaker file was missing. Oh, okay. Okay, now I see what you're doing. Yeah, I think that's lazy. I think that's a lazy test. Okay, we're just gonna come in here. I'm gonna add this to each of them. Okay, let me check something really quick. Are you gonna do anything? Maybe? No? This is where you'd be very handy. Hi, Ruby. Okay, let's see if you can behave. At... Hang on, let me grab the thing. Oh, I guess I don't need to add it. Okay. I don't want you to revise or the structure of the talk generator test. I just want you to add... Dang it, that's the wrong one! I just want you to add seed speaker file to each of the tests so I can run them without the return if speaker file nil guard clause. I'm gonna make it plan, and I'm gonna make it tell me what it's gonna do. They're so excited upstairs. Okay, let's see. Part of me is sitting here wondering if I could just like go through that file and like use P to dump a bunch of seed speaker files in there and not have to worry about this AI causing some issues. Let me try that. Let's see who gets it done first. Oh, I didn't even do that. Let's see. I don't even do yanking. I came across a test, I did P. Came across a test, I hit P. Come across a test, I hit P. Came to a test, I hit P. Well, especially because I'm doing build because I don't trust it. Like, this is totally gonna be faster. Oop, I skipped past that one. P. Okay, I got that one. I do have a lot of tests here. I have a lot more tests than I thought I did. Marco Ross says, can't you put it in the setup? I could, but it looks like it is actually sometimes including content. Like right here. In fact, this looks like the only one that actually adds pre-existing. Oh no, this one does too. Yeah, some of these actually do add pre-existing content, but I'm actually done. So let me go see, is OpenCode done thinking? Oh, it has questions for me. Hey, never mind. I did it myself. The linter did it. The linter did it. I wonder if I could put it in the setup and then override it somehow, if that's an option. No, it all failed. Undefined local variable or method speakers for an instance of talk generator. Let me go back to this. Speakers. Return of speakers.empty. Oh, I used to have a speakers equals at talk.speakers, and that's gone now. Okay. Speakers equals at talk.speakers. Okay, run it again. I did delete that line. No such file or directory. Rails temp talk generator. Blah 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 blah. Data speakers.yaml. That's so rude. Why doesn't it exist? Why doesn't it exist? Let's see, because I did create it for all of them. Test does not write a kind when the title classifies as the default talk. Which should also happen at the end, I think. No such file or directory, Rails temp talk generator, blah blah blah, data speakers. John Sugar says, okay, it's midnight here, so off to bed. Have fun battling the robot. Bye, John Sugar. Let's see. Let me think about this. It's trying to call static speaker file initialize. So I think the question is, does it do it for all of them? And the answer is yes. Oh, no. The answer is no. Some of them it does not. For 3 it does not. Interesting. Okay, which are the ones that it passes for and why? Oh, I didn't save it. I didn't save it. And Monkey Man says, hello everyone. Hello. I will say the robots tend to save their files. And Monkey Man says, I am late, but I'm here, so I'll sit here. Thank you. Where? Ooh. Okay. Okay. Oh, it didn't add anything. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, it didn't add anything. That's perfect. Okay, that's exactly what I'm looking for. And what do I call on it? Let me double check. I call upsearch. And both of them are actually additions. Neither of them are actually upserts. Update talk, existing IDs. Where did it go? Here it is. Speakersfile.upsert name. Okay, good. Let me go to the speaker file test. My guess is that you actually ran this. Where did it go? Here, nope, that's not it. Plan. Let's see. Ah, here it is. Yes, this is the one I want. I want to copy this method. And I want to open this. And it died. OpenCode's been dying a lot lately, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because we're in a code space? Alright, let's see. Oh, yeah. Sessions. There, I'm gonna run that. Then I'm also gonna open this. Yeah. There we go. And I'll close this. We'll take a look at this. Alright, let's see. Raises stale file error when file was modified externally. Saves when it has not been modified. Allows consecutive saves in the same instance. Resets cached indexes after save. Micro says, isn't that what the other person was saying earlier? On our mark says, uh-oh, red text. I'm not worried about that. Wait, what person said earlier when? I don't remember. I don't even know what I was talking about. Did I say something that somebody else said? Add raises invalid speaker error when the name is blank. Ooh, this looks right. Yeah, okay. Oh, add. I'm gonna do something. Add raises duplicate speaker error when the name already exists. When the name is blank, when the name exists. Stores name and handles exactly as provided. No. No. Oh, hang on. That's not the one I wanted to change. Oof. Okay, then we're gonna come down here. This is the one I want to change. Add should absolutely strip white space. Oh, yes! Marco Ross says somebody was saying that open code was crashing a lot for them recently, and you were like, obviously this hasn't been the case for me. Yeah, no, I'm completely on board with this person. Yeah, I completely agree now. Open code crashes all the time for me. You know what? At work, I use open code with a Mac. No, I use I use open code mostly for like, I haven't updated open code in my dev container for the other one. Okay, upsert adds a new speaker with a generated slug. Yep. Name Jane Doe, GitHub empty. Why is this 2? Oh, does this already have one? I bet this already has one. Take redeemed hydrate. Microsoft says maybe they upgraded to button 1.4. Ah! Under Max's max superiority. Oop. Oop. I'll have to try it on the MacBook and see if it crashes as much. Blank values must not overwrite existing attributes. I hate when they do this. Upsert updates attributes of an existing speaker found by name. Yep. 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 Okay. Upsert finds an existing speaker by GitHub handle and keeps their name. Okay. Speakers file with file to upsert Matt's GitHub website. Okay. Upsert matches an alias without renaming the canonical speaker. Add raises duplicate speaker error when the GitHub handle already exists. Maybe? Oh, okay. Oh, oh, this did not have many, tests in it. Okay, good to know, good to know. Okay, what is this? I thought I pasted this, and I ran it. Did I run it in a different one? Oh, I ran it in this one. Oh, there it is, okay. Let's see. So here we have expected 2, actual 1. Expected actual, Jane Ho, John Smith. I only have Jane Doe in there. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's saving at all. This is the talk generator again. Okay, this is my new one. All right, so let's see. So my expected is Aaron Patterson. My actual is Aaron Patterson with spaces. For this one, I expected Matt's, and I got a Yerba scalar. Woohoo! Okay, upsert updates attributes of an existing speaker. Let's close that out. Add stores name and handles exactly as provided. Yeah, that's not true. Add strips white space. Obviously. Oh yeah, okay. And then I want to go to the speakers file. Speakers file. There it is. Got it. Upsert. I think I need to save. So I have this reset cache. Also, oh, that is entry. Yeah. I think I need to save. And then I don't think I want this entry. I think I just want to reset cache. Yeah, I think that's accurate. Well, no, because this add says add entry to document entry. How do we test add, and does add work? Do we test the file at the end? Add raises, upsert finds an existing, file.upsert, site. Let me find the ones that are, where are my success tests? Upsert updates attribute of an existing speaker found by name. Upsert. Updates attribute of an existing speaker found by name. I mean, it does return the entry. I don't think it's being saved. Okay, and which one is failing? It's expecting Matt's. And it's getting scalar selector GitHub value. Because it's selecting entry GitHub and it's not calling dot value. Okay, so both of those are going to need to be value. But my question is, add doesn't do this? Add does not do this. Add I have named GitHub. What is add in this scenario? Add is just a hash. Add is not the value from the document. Yeah, add is just the hash. It's not actually the value from the document. So then, if that's the case, should this be like 2H? I think maybe. If I want to match the existing thing that it does, in which case I don't need these values. Okay, let me run this again. And then for add, I want a strip. And then I think I probably need to save it and check that it actually does the thing. So these don't get cleaned, but these get cleaned. I wonder... Let me look at clean attributes. Can I just... What does clean attributes do? Can I just call it on the whole thing? Reject if the value is nil or empty. Transform into value.strip. Seems like I could just merge in attributes and then say clean attributes on the whole thing. And then in that same way, it seems like I could go up here instead of cleaning the attributes in advance. Yeah, I can do that. I would just take this up here. And then I would do clean attributes here. Like that. Wonderbread says, I accidentally ended the big walk session by losing a walkie-talkie in the ocean. Okay, things that are good. You took a walkie-talkie, which means you're going way out there. You got to see the ocean. That's nice. Wait, Where did you say you were located? I thought it was in the Midwest. Back to the code streams. Back to the code mines. Okay. Let's run this again. And then I think what I need to do is I need to save it myself. Oh, the GitHub's missing. Okay, I can't do that because the GitHub's missing. Minecraft says Big Walk is a newish game. Wonderbread says Big Walk the game, set on an Australian island. Ah, I thought you went out for a real big walk. Okay, can't do that because of this. So instead we have to clean the attributes manually. Okay. So this is clean attributes. Let me think about this. How do I want to do this? I mean, I can just call it .strip. Yeah. Name is required to be there. And the slug should be the name parameterized, so it's already stripped. Yes. And then for this one, we already have the GitHub. And I'm gonna go through each of these and set the key equal to the value, so the clean attributes can go beforehand. Yes. 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 Should GitHub be required? I think I need that 2S. What if I don't have the GitHub? Where am I calling this? Right here? Oh, okay, so I will have the GitHub from this. I guess I can pass it in if it's empty. Index for name GitHub. Guess there's no point in indexing for GitHub if it's missing. Wonderbread says me, touch real grass. I like touching real grass. Unfortunately, I'm slightly allergic to it now. I'm having a thought about this whole GitHub thing in the index 4, which is that if my GitHub is a blank string like this, it's gonna match against a lot of other GitHubs that have blank strings. Probably most of them. Probably most of them. Wonderbread's redeemed hydrate, which is all I can do because I'm out of caffeine. The problem with index 4 is that it calls strip on each of these. And then if GitHub exists, then it is going to index by GitHub and then get the GitHub. And I'm pretty sure that this is the thing. Can I do present? I think I can do present. I think I can do present. Right? Present. Oh. Where did I go? Oh, I did P. I did P. That's why it was upset. Yes. I don't think I changed anything here, which is good. It just took me back to where I was, which is something that Vim likes to do. Yeah, okay. So I think that this is actually slug.present, and the strip is going to ensure that if there was white space in there, it's removed. Perfect. Yes. 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 Okay, let me run this again and see if it passes. Expected this. Okay, add strips white space. Worked for the name, didn't work for the GitHub handle. Add. Oh yeah. Okay, but the slug I shouldn't need to because it's been parameterized. Yeah. I would even argue that maybe we don't need that. But that's fine. Whew. All right. Run this. Yay! They all pass. Okay. Please review the changes. Are there any potential issues? And I should probably run this again just to make sure it passes. It probably won't. I probably need to type save. I probably need a B for bin. Wonderbread says, how's Ox Alpha treating you? Honestly, the same as the rest of them. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of distinction between the models, to be honest. None of them want to do what I tell them to do. Like, I have to be very, like, specific with them. All of them want to undo my changes, like, but it catches things that I don't catch, and it writes Ruby that runs. Suboptimally. Which is, you know, kind of what they all do. Okay. Since this works, I'm gonna do a git add -i. Microsoft says apparently it's Huawei's model. Ooh. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna say... I'm gonna patch add, because all of these are changes that I should... Yeah, all of these are changes to files to I already have. Alright, so here we added 2 new errors. We got an invalid speaker error and a duplicate speaker error. Yes. Alright, let's look at this section. We added this brand new upsearch. Okay, we do entry, name.strip, github.strip, slug, and we do a .merge, clean attributes. The default for GitHub is an empty array, so unless somebody specifically passes a nil GitHub, this will pass. A speaker with GitHub handle GitHub already exists if GitHub.present and indexed by GitHub. A speaker name already exists if no names.includes name. That looks fine. Wonderbread says, has that been confirmed? Lots of speculation last I saw. Just based on speculation and of ways to rule out who it can't be. On air Mark says Cloud always calls whatever changes I make the linter. I'm like, bruh, the linter wouldn't rename a class name or a method name. That was clearly the user. Monkey Wire says they said it's probably GLM because in video they use the exact same encode or something. I didn't understand it well. Yeah, I don't know. I see a few differences, but not a lot. I see much larger differences based on, like, for the frontier models, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm not doing work that would notice the difference or make the distinction. But I don't really notice the difference. Okay, let's see. Yep, that looks right. Document.entry. Oh, I should probably run like standard, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should run Finland. But I'm just gonna keep this for now. And I like this. This makes me happy. I like this, and this is valid. updates.each do key value entry key equals value reset cache entry.2h. I'm not sure if update entry should have GitHub be mandatory. Margot says apparently it has the same Chinese censorship as other Chinese models. That's a very clever way of figuring it out. Yes to that. Yes to that. Ooh, we added index aliases to this. Speakers file path. Okay, so we added this one to the talk generator. We added maybe add speaker to file. We're using speakers file path. That way we can do tests against it. Honestly, I don't think I would have caught that one until I got to testing. I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, that looks good. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, this one looks like an actual change here. Add unknown speakers to data speakers with generated slug, assert equal, read speakers file. That makes me happy because that's what I want to see, is that both of these people exist. Only add speakers that don't exist in dataspeakers.yaml. That looks good. Does not add speakers that are known from their alias. Good. JD. Yes. Only one. Adds a speaker listed twice, only once. Ooh. Oh, do I really want to? I'm going to say no, don't add this, but yes, I want it. Okay, and then these are the changes. Okay, add raises invalid speaker error when the name is blank. For each of these. Yeah, that works for me. Speaker name cannot be blank. Add raises duplicate when the name already exists. Good. Add strips white space. Okay, I'm happy with that. Upstart adds a new speaker with a generated slug. This is all good to me. Yes. And then we're gonna queue. And then we're gonna bin lint. And then I'm gonna see what the robot had to say. Let's see. To-do placeholder regression. Talk speakers defaults to to-do, and both the to-do filter and the file exist guard are gone from maybe add sponsors to file. Every bare generation will now insert a literal to-do speaker. That's fine, because there's no such thing as a to-do speaker. We actually have a speaker named to-do. Wonderbirds, all the frontier models seem to distill from each other now anyways. Add duplicate checks, use unstripped input. Storage strips, name.strip, github.strip, but the guards don't. No names.include name. Again? Oh my god. I have never had these issues before. This is so annoying. I was reading your feedback and having opinions about it. I was about to say that I thought you had a good point. Yeah, this name should probably be stripped. At the beginning. Name equals name dot strip. GitHub equals GitHub dot strip. And then slug shouldn't need stripping. Slug and dot strip. And then I don't need to do it here. There. Wonderbread says, looks like it was actually killed that time. Yeah, I'm not pleased about that. Okay. Sessions. Alright. Symbol versus string keys and update entry. Attributes arrive via upstart's quarks as symbols merged with the string GitHub key. Then set directly on parsed Yerba nodes, which are string keyed. No, I use clean attributes. Ugh. White space only values survive cleaning. Clean attributes rejects nil blank, but not space. Yeah, it does. It gets stripped. Oh. Via upstart passing GitHub blank would wipe a real handle. Missing file crash is now unconditional. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I want that. Raw exceptions escape mid-generator. Aborts with a backtrace after videos.yaml was already appended partial state. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's an interesting one. That might be good to capture. No test asserts the speaker file stays untouched on bare lightning runs. No coverage for 234. Index 4 checks names.present twice. Brace style deviation and add missing speakers may trip. Standard RB. Let's see what Binlint thought. Did it fix anything? That's the yerba. Unique speakers. Updated 8 speakers in speaker.yaml. Okay, let me do a quick get status and see what's going on here. Oh, there have been modifications. Okay. Let me do get add dash I. And then I'm gonna patch add all of these. So let's look at this one. First, entry, name, GitHub slug, merge. Yes, this is the change that I made because I agreed with the robot. Yes, that is correct. Standard does not like the spaces. I'm not against this. I don't think this is what we're doing right now, though. I'm kind of surprised to see Binlint add those. Okay, adds unknown speaker with generated slugs. Yep, my extra space was fixed. Okay. Now I'm gonna hop back up here. I'm gonna commit this. Dash PM. Add speakers. Using speaker file in talk generator. Oh, no, don't add any of the rest of those. Microdot says the linter is doing so many things. The linter is real active, y'all. The linter is real prickly too. I am interested in your ideas for handling 6, 3, I am interested in 4. I don't care about this. I fixed that. 3 I am interested in. 4 I am interested in. I do not care about this. I do care about this. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Okay. Nick to Mine Tag says, OMG, I love seeing Ruby people. Hello. It's so nice to meet you. And 8. Okay, it's gonna run. It's gonna come back with its thoughts. For this one, we probably just want to like reverse those. Maybe. Probably. Well, I probably want tests for these too. I kind of feel like the newer generation of like the AI and everything, I feel like one of the things that I'm seeing is like that it's less willing to take direction. Like it expects me to explain why I don't care about 1, 2, 5, and 7. Whereas I think I honestly enjoyed like the sonnet level stuff better. Because I felt like it was a better balance of like, do the thing I tell you to do and only the thing I tell you to do. And tell me about any sort of like mistakes that I made. But yeah. I'm just gonna kind of roll back and forth until it gives me its ideas for handling these. I don't really care about 8 that much, but... Okay. Are you serious? Are you serious? Why? Honor Mark says, Claude has recently started committing and pushing without permission, and I'm legit furious by it. I even added a rule saying don't do it, and it ignores it. Yeah, so what I do is I normally literally govern the permissions for that. So like, Claude, permissions, configure permissions. So like I literally like all of the mutation git stuff, like committing and like even staging files with git butler and stuff like that. All of that I control using permissions. So like this section right here is probably the one that I would be looking for. Minecraft says, I have a hook in Claude.json that just denies it. I normally I find that the wildcard patterns are normally like good enough. But yeah, I think there's an ask option instead of like allow and deny. For open code permissions. Where is she? Yeah, I do allow, ask, and deny. Most of them are like ask. Wonderbread says no git for Claude. I like it at work for like actually making the git commits and making the PRs, but I want to read over it and have opinions and like change it. I think last stream I was talking about, someone referenced simplified English. Yes, simplified technical English. So I didn't use this skill, but I just tell it to rewrite things in simplified technical English, and I feel like it works a lot better. Honormark says I configured those permissions and it still ignores it. I've never seen that happen. But I think if you only set them in permissions, it still bypasses that if you have it in auto mode. Oh, I never put it in. Yeah. Wonderbread says ignoring its permission system seems like a serious bug. Yes. Macross says let me share my hook, please. Yeah, so that's what yeah. And then I have open code. And for RubyEvents, we actually have open code configured. Yeah, here's the opencode.jsonc. And inside here, for anything GH or Git, we ask, we allow, git add, diff, log, show, status, PR diff, PR view, issue view, and repo view. At work, I think I reversed it, where it's like I have it ask for the mutation commands, and then I kind of like leave the GH and Git at defaults. Oh, Wonderbread's redeemed cat attention time after I checked the cat out of my lap. Sorry. Honormark says, yeah, I'm running auto. Oh. I feel like for me it stopped before that one. Oh, these are passing now. That's good. Okay. We got some results. Let's look through them. Yearbook courses symbol keys to strings on right. Entry Twitter. Twitter, no duplicate fields. Node mutations, register on document.change. The generator's save. Gate already works for that update path. So number 3 needs no defensive code. Just test spinning that behavior. Here's my plan. No, I don't care. White space only values can wipe fields. One line and clean attributes. Strip before the emptiness check deliberately keeps nil or 2s.empty semantics for non-strings like false. Yep, I'm okay with 4. 6, rescue the 3 speakers file errors and re-raise as Thor errors, matching the existing missing talk message pattern. Okay. Generator with speakers, standard error contains could not sync speakers, cannot be blank, no backtrace. I don't think this is an error. I think this is a red message. Collapse the duplicated name.present chain in index 4. Oh, I don't care about that. I'd rather keep it like, I mean, I could, but I think I'd almost rather keep it as name.present and index alias's name. Normalize add missing speakers braces to file convention, name, GitHub, slug, name.parameterize. Add missing speakers braces to file convention. Oh yeah, that's fine. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I really only care about 6 and 4. I only care about 6 and 4. Adding speakers in the video file is optional. So I'd prefer we say a message in red instead of raising an error. Undermark says I'm legit wiring it into my dot files now. I'm curious, when you do code spaces and stuff like that, does it bring your dot files in? I think it does. Minecraft says you might have to add commit, as I think it's not in that list. I want you to tell me that you are going to follow my directions. Okay. Yeah. I like that. I like that a lot. Yes. Yep. Yeah, that one's dumb. Let's see. Run with speakers, empty string, then assert. Standard error includes cannot be blanks. Videos.yam was still written. Seated remains untouched. One line. This. Okay. These two look exactly the same. Yes. 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 That's fine. What was your message? Could not sync speakers and could not be playing. Could not sync speakers to speakers file path. E.message. Read. Yeah, okay. Please continue. Ooh. Macross says, yeah, it brings the your username / dot files repo. I have to try that. Honor Mark says, I don't run any of the cloud agents. I run everything locally on-prem. I've got dedicated machines for this stuff. I've been trying like some of the local agents, but I've been trying to run it on the same device that I'm using to do my coding. And I haven't had much luck. The only one I actually got to run was Gemma 4. And I tried like DevStroll and like a few others. And then the challenge that I faced was like, Gemma 4 can't do tool calls, and like 90% of what we're doing is calling MCP servers. So it was like, yeah, it was really annoying. I did get it working though, with Docker Model Runner, which I'm happy about. But yeah, Ken's got a whole bunch of stuff set up. Like he can he can send Telegram messages to Hermes agent and stuff like that. Mark Ross says, I don't think on your Mark meant local models, or maybe you did, just running cloud locally. He said, I don't run any of the cloud agents. I run everything locally on-prem. I've got dedicated machines for this stuff. That to me indicates that he's probably running local models. Right? Yep, I'm good with that. I also don't know if we need value.2s. Seems a bit silly. Honor Mark says not local model, it's just running cloud locally. Oh, okay. Chris says you can run cloud fully in the cloud too, similar to how we use Copilot on GitHub. Yes, I am aware of that. I thought when we were talking about dot files, I was thinking about like dev containers, and I was thinking about code spaces because that's literally what I'm in right now. I did not realize we were talking about, yes, that. I was not thinking about like cloud agents. Honor Mark says machines that are dedicated to working on stuff in my server rack at home while my MacBook is free to move around. Got it. That makes sense. Alright, it's gonna go do the thing. And then it's gonna update the PR. I think I made more progress today than I would have normally, but not like a crazy amount more. Like instead of getting 2 things done, I got 3 things done, and it's a little more sturdy. Honor Mark says, me updating my dot files also updates those local machines so I don't have to manually configure them. Yeah, I'll probably poke around with it. Let's see. GitHub dot files. GitHub does dot files. Dot files. Can I get GitHub's documentation about dot files? We can try that. GitHub's documentation about their dot files. Why? .files.github.io. Backup, restore, and sync the preferences and settings for your toolbox. Let's see. That's not really what I was looking for. Oh god. The aggregators are always kind of nice, but I like a little like tutorial that is the thing. Alright, let me refresh this. Let me go back to this. Why did you modify so many files? I feel like asked for some very limited changes. Why did you add the 2 S's? Oh. Can you do name now? I guess you can. Well, this one's dead. Okay. Well, we'll just expand that and kill that one. That's a shame. I did kind of like it. I guess I can go get the session log if I want it. Oh, that one's real crashed. Oh, that one's crashed enough to crash everything else too. There we go. Okay, at least it summarized what it did. Non-fatal speaker sync. Say error. White space wipe guard. New test. Your latest strip first restructure of add crashed on add name nil. Change these lines to name 2s strip. GitHub 2s strip. Preserving your ordering. Yay. Donor and Binland? Wonderbread says, are the code spaces out of memorying or something? Probably. I only got 2 cores. That's probably it. I just don't want to deal with it. I'll have to go through and like try and get this working sometime next week. I have a lot to do before next week. I have to finish my talk because I made myself finish it for WNB.RB before I did the Rails World one. And that's due Tuesday. Macross says, geez, also yerba check takes 9 seconds. We keep adding new stuff and validations. Wonderbread says, feel free to Discord me about it if you want some help. I appreciate that. I will probably take you up on that, but probably not until later. And honestly, what's probably going to happen is I'm going to restart my computer. Oh, yerba check runs in 500 milliseconds on my machine, lol. Yeah, I'm not sure how fast it runs on the MacBook. The MacBook is still running in a dev container. I'm not very I'm pretty patient. I'll wait I don't know, 5 minutes is a little long, but I'll wait like a minute for a check. See, I'll wait for a minute for a check. Burger House says, I blame Docker. This one isn't, well, this one is technically Docker. This one is technically Docker. The code spaces do run in Docker. Minecraft says, Rails validate all is 6 seconds on mine. Wonderbread says, insert relevant XKCD compiling comic here. Yeah, get out the swords. Be like, fight me. This one's gonna be my last one though. I'm gonna run the linters. You know what? I could go ahead and Yeah, that just crashed. I can go ahead and let me do get status. Okay. Get add dash I. We'll do 5 for patch add, and then I'll do 1 through 5. I actually don't want 2, so I'm gonna do 3 through 5. Everything else I want. Okay, so we're gonna say yes to this, yes to this. I'm good with this. I'm very comfortable with this. Reports a red message and continues when speaker sync fails. Wonder Bread redeemed hydrate. Margaret says, oh no. What? What? Upstart does not overwrite attributes with white space only values. Yes. Oh, and I'm done? That's it? Okay. Macro says 2s.strip.empty? What do you want to do? Honestly, I didn't really want the 2s, but it said the nils made me a problem. Wonderbread says, how very Ruby, lol. Macro says, just blank? Thank you for following CosmoCrypt. Yes. I will say that sometimes when I'm working with it, I do get a little lazy. Let me see. This one we're actually using the values, but this one... Isn't blank... It gets rid of nil too, doesn't it? If I'm not mistaken. Nil.blank equals true. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Do we have anywhere else where we call empty? I'm gonna just make sure I didn't introduce any more of these. No. Nil.blank equals true. Empty string.blank equals true. I think the question with this one was... And I think it is. But it was whether this dot blank is true. And it is. So yeah, we're good to go. 5. 1. And then yes. Yes. Get commit dash m. Clean up and hardening. Yay. Then I'll just go in here. Get push. Macrosses might be worth to propose a Rubicop rule for that, if there isn't one already. I agree with that. What am I looking for? I am looking for the PR. Yes. I'm gonna drop this in Twitch chat. Alright, I'm gonna go in here and say blech. I'm actually gonna be a little bit lazier than that. I'm gonna go in here, open code, let's see, sessions, rename, can you update the PR description to include the generator changes? Wonder Bread says, it looks like there is one, Marco Roth. Rails blank, but rubydoc.info is not loading for me to actually confirm it. Rubicop. Oh, we don't have a rubicop.yaml. We only have standard.rb. Okay. Standard RB empty versus blank. Uh-huh. This is not helpful to me. Useless. I'm tossing you out. Ooh, what is my feeling check? Data check. Ugh. Why is this now activating? Why did it not activate before now? I'm gonna try rebasing. Yes, please. No errors were found! All the linting is done. Okay, I'm gonna go in here. Ugh. I'm gonna do git commit -pm. Speaker deck updates. Yes. 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 Okay. Git fetch. Git rebase origin. What? Yeah, it would be in the Rails extension, which we also don't have. Wait, where are these coming from? I don't know. I don't know. Did we merge like a new validation? Because the validation that's failing is speakers with slides URLs, but no speaker deck handle. And I don't know why it's suddenly failing either. But it is failing in CI. I don't think I pushed yet. No, I didn't push yet. Okay, so I'm gonna go through files changed. Let's see. These are all speaker slug matches. Hang on. I need the sidebar. Yeah, you. Speakers.yaml, videos.yaml. Where's that? Yeah, I have no changes to speakers.yaml. I only have the RBQconf one. And the RBQconf one was deleting 2 lanes. My cross is because it now matches the aliases, I think. Yes. Yes. Yes, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. That is it. Okay. Let me go through these one by one. I'm gonna go to the top. Wait. I'm gonna go in here. Get push. I was so excited that we figured out what it was. Refresh. Micro says you sound like an LOL. I know I sound like a robot. I sound so much like a robot sometimes. And I'm like, wait. Okay. Why do you keep taking me? No, stop. Control Shift R. Whatever it is you're doing, stop it. I want to be up here. Thank you. Also, did you do the thing? Okay, you did. Allow once. I discloses the issue yet, though. I think this just references it. Okay. Cool. Let's see what it gave me. Description: slug validations for non-parameterizable names. Fallback to GitHub handle. Handle cases. Validate speaker slugs. Use GitHub if they cannot be parameterized. And should I break this up into 2 separate PRs? No, I don't want to deal with that. And sync speakers in the talk generator. Okay, let's go to the top. You little save. Okay, I would reverse these. Don't you dare move. Do you understand me? I told you not to move. Okay, this is the larger one. Speaker sync in the talk generator. Talk generator now keeps this in sync via this. After writing to videos.yaml, each speaker's name is updated through static. Talk generator updates speakers.yaml for each speaker it adds. Talk generator updates speaker.yaml. For each talk, it adds the speaker with an empty GitHub handle if they are not, excuse me, already present. Static speakers file upsert resolves speakers by GitHub handle name alias. Unknown speakers are added with an auto-generated slug. Known speakers get non-blank attributes updated. Yes. New static speaker upsert resolves speakers by GitHub handle, then name, then alias. Speakers file add now validates and cleans its input, raises this on blank names and duplicate speaker error on existing names. Attribute values are stripped and are dropped. That's irrelevant. Speaker sync failures are non-fatal and keeps the generated talk. Yes. Talk generator update speakers.yaml. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Select validation for non-parameterizable names. The static validator speaker select matches name validator. Previously skipped validation entirely when a speaker's name parameterized to an empty string. E.g. names written in non-Latin scripts like this name. This PR tightens that rule. If it's empty and the speaker has a GitHub handle, the slug must match the GitHub handle, otherwise an error is reported. Name cannot be parameterized. Slug must be the GitHub handle, expected slug. If there's no GitHub handle, validation is still skipped. Any slug allowed. Aliases remain exempt. They don't carry their own GitHub handle. And may be used for redirecting from the prior name. Also renames the validator class from slug matches names to speaker slug matches name because there is 0 chance it will be reused now. Remove that. Remove that. Let's see. Speakers file. I think it was find for. Now checks the aliases in addition to the name. This surfaced. I'm just. Do I want all this? Testing steps, bin reels, toast. That's not a testing step. That's not a testing step. That's not a testing step. None of these are testing steps. None of those are testing steps. Testing steps are things like bin, rails, g, talk, and then speaker names. Microdot says Tux96. I can't whisper you on here, but if you whisper me, I can send you the reaction view demo. Tux, I think you're on Discord, right? Marco's also in the Discord. That might be easier. The Twitch DMs really, really suck. Ben Reels G talk. Wonderbread goes psst, psst, psst. Yeah, you wanted to be in on the whispering too. Ben Reels G talk. I need to add a talk with speakers that aren't added yet. Does anybody have one of those? Ha! Thank you, Dennis Bagman. Excellent. Random talk. Durian Khmer. Isn't this supposed to be associated with like a talk? Wait, why are these just being added? Wait, where is the... Hang on. Videos? Oh, it's not being loaded. Okay. That makes so much more sense. Okay. Okay. That's good. Title. I'm just gonna steal it. It doesn't have an event. I'll give it an event. Guess I can just pick a random event and add it. Let's see. Event. Speaker. Maybe I shouldn't be using real people's names. Maybe I should be using just like random examples. Micro says involvements? Nope. Wonderbread says, I don't like feeling left out. Micro says, I just didn't want to paste unrelated links here in chat. I am okay with that, but that's fine. Micro says involvements? Oh, yeah, about the thing. No, that's not the one that I'm looking for. Maybe I should just make up a person? Maybe? Wonderbird said, hi, kitty. Oh, I had a cat attention time earlier that I didn't redeem. Yeah. Hi, cat. That's your attention. That's all you're getting. who hasn't given a talk yet. Yeah, we can make a Jane Doe. Okay. I should make sure that this actually works. Okay. Macross says, Caleb? Who's Caleb? Where's Caleb? I don't see him. Wonderbread says, people need to invite me over so I can pet their cats. Have you been to a cat cafe? They're very cute. Oh, okay. Added or updated Jane Doe in this. Okay. Alt click. Alright, let me see. Where is Jane Doe? Jane Doe? Yeah! Aww. Not helpful. Jane Doe already exists. Maybe. Jane Doer? Oh, Jane Doe didn't exist. Wonderbird says, on someone who hasn't given a talk yet. Oh my god, I am so useless. Absolutely useless. Thank you. Yeah, so useless. So useless. Sweet. Okay, that looks good. Is there like a get remove interactive? I don't know. Let me do a get status real quick. Oh, okay. I'll get restore both of those. Yep. I guess I could just get restore the whole data folder. Ha ha ha. Now we're talking. Alright. Caleb can be our speaker. There we go. Let's see. Is that the event I want to use? Oh, let's use this one. Let's use this one because I know this one won't have talks. There we go. Is it this one? Yes, this one. Boop. Update. Okay. Talk generator updates speaker.yaml. For each talk, it adds the speaker with an empty GitHub handle if they are not already present. Yes. I'm getting rid of all of these. I'm gonna keep that. Gonna keep that. Oh, also 1, 2, 3 fixes event data. Event data used to encourage the AI to use GitHub handles instead of parameterizing the name. We're only supposed to do that instead of transliterating the name. Update comment! Files changed. Okay, let's review all of the files changed. And by the way, if you want to review these as well, I sent the link in Twitch. Alright, let's take a look at this. In GitHub, do not jump around. GitHub, do not jump around. Oh, I accidentally refreshed chat. Can somebody send a message? Hang on. Oh no. Oh yeah, okay, it still works. It's just got delay now. Okay. No, GitHub, don't do this to me. Do not do this to me, GitHub. Do not randomly scroll. Okay, it says it's ready to merge. Perfect. Speaker name. Prefer the speaker's parameterized name as the slug. If the name cannot be parameterized cleanly, use the speaker's GitHub handle as the slug. Okay. Only transliterate when the speaker has no GitHub handle. Perfect. Wonderbread says test 2. Microth says test 3. Majestic Mac says message. Microth says, did you make the Japanese name up or is it from the current file? I tried to use, I think I used Jugyo's name. Should I maybe not? Let me see if I can like kind of memorize this. It goes kind of like in a bunch of stuff plus up over. Maybe that's bad. Is that rude to like that's not good. I thought there was an alias for this. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll go use Matz's name. Yeah, no results. Okay, that's made up. That's not good. That's not good. Oh, wait, I know where I got this. I got this from the other one. I got this from the other PR, I think. Hang on, I got this from the other PR that wide open that we haven't been able to merge yet. I'm like 90% sure. If I'm wrong, I'm gonna feel really, really bad. I'm gonna feel like, oh no, why? This one. Okay, and then open this, and I think it was like speakers. Is that YAML? Yeah, okay. It is. It's real. Now I only have to panic about whether or not it's rude to use somebody else's name without really like talking to them about it. Okay, where was I? Only transliterate when the speaker has no GitHub handle. Like, I can see why it got confused. It just never cared about my skill files before. Yeah, and this is just renaming that. I had to zip in the GitHub. I had to do name slug GitHub. And then update this to say block.call name. If expected slug is empty. Expected slug equals this. Next of slug. Name cannot be parameterized. Slug must be the GitHub handle expected slug. Yes. 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 Yeah. Then we updated that to that. There is 0 chance this will be shared now. Wonder Bread's redeemed. Hydrate. You can't have that many. Like, you can't have that many channel points. You're spending a lot of channel points getting me to hydrate. Okay. It's this. Upsearch. Raise. Yes. This is the stuff that we just reviewed. That all looks right. That all looks right. Oh my god. Why? Why did I say anything? Ah. Okay. Wonder Bread's redeemed hydrate. Marco Roth redeemed hydrate. Wonder Bread's redeemed hydrate. Majestic Mac redeemed hydrate. And then Wonder Bread's redeemed hydrate. And On Air Mark redeemed hydrate. Wonder Bread says I travel between streamers redeeming hydrate everywhere I can. Never can. Okay. Update entry, updates equals clean attributes, updates.each, reset cache, entry to each. Can I get rid of these empty spaces? Okay. Name, GitHub, slug.name.pronoun. Oh my god. Micro says how many more hydrates into the bottle is empty. I love how you're in here and you're like, I did my one. Now I'm gonna stir shit up. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. You're like, now I'm gonna stir shit up so other people do it. Wonder Bread says, I have enough points for you to finish that bottle. Majestic Max says, now, bathroom break. And On Air Mark says, I've got 2.5 channel points. This could be fun. And then, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4 hydrates. I don't have that much left. Now I'm like rationing my water. It's okay, I'm almost done. Micro says edge case, what if the bottle is empty and someone redeems hydrate? Okay, actually a behind the scenes look. I have a couple of options if this happens. One, if I'm thirsty, I'm like, oh no, my bottle's empty, I need to go refill it. 2, I take like a sip of yerba if I've got one on hand. 3, I pretend that I am drinking the bottle when I'm actually not. And if you're wondering if I've done that before on stream, the answer is yes. Yes, I have. I'll admit it. All right, let's see. Oh, I made this. Okay, I didn't know I made this, to be honest. Do I need this? I don't know if I need this. Wonder Bread says, wow, a faker. Honor Mark says option 3 is legit. Option 3 is legit. And at least I'm telling you, I'm admitting it. Okay, this is index aliases, entries each with index. I need to go look at something really quick. The thing I need to look at is in here. I have this like index by. So this is indexes, field, begin, result. Entries, each with index, do, entry, index. Result, entry field 2s equals index if entry is a hash and entry field.2s. Okay, so the question is, how similar is that to this? Array, entry, aliases, dot each. Entries, each with index. Oh, it does it twice. It does it twice because it needs to do aliases. I think I'm okay with this. Life Giver says, hi, chill. Hello. Makaras is lying to the LLM is something, but lying to your viewers? Honor Mark says, openly admitting to fraud makes the fraud completely fine. Yep, that's totally how that works. In case you're wondering, Life Giver, since you just joined, I just admitted to the fact that if y'all redeem a hydrate and I don't have any water in my bottle, sometimes I just pretend to hydrate. I don't tell anybody. Okay. These are new ones that we found because of aliases. Thank you for following, Life Giver. Welcome. All right, let me see. Found these because index for now searches modify alias to. Excellent. Speaker file path. Check. I like that. Maybe add speaker to file. Speaker equals talk.speakers. Return if speakers.empty. Speakers.each. Upsert name. Return unless this. Speaker file.save. Say. And then check. Good. Wonder Bread says, you may be lying to us, but you're only cheating yourself. I'm still trying to remember the saying that goes like, what is it? Hydrated, moisturized, fed in my lane, like whatever it is. I'm gonna memorize that and like randomly on a variant, some hydrates are gonna cause me to like say that. Yes, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Oh, I should double check this. Okay. When name cannot be parameterized and slug matches GitHub handle. Check test for GitHub handle slug when name cannot be parameterized. Yep. What? This should fail. Yes, this failed. Expected mats. No error for any slug when name cannot be parameterized and no GitHub handle. No errors. Yes. Yep. Maybe. Okay. Unmarked redeemed hydrate. Oh, okay. Wonder Bread says, unbothered, moisturized, happy in my lane, focused, flourishing. That's the one. That's the one. Okay. It doesn't say hydrated, it just says moisturized. I put the moisturizer on my face. I have not put it in my body. Yeah, okay, but unbothered, moisturized, happy, in my lane, focused, flourishing. My grasses might have to make the hydrate more expensive. I think I have dynamic pricing on. Twitch needs to catch up. Wonder Bread says you can modify it and make it yours. Yes. Okay, so I'm happy with this. I'm gonna refresh this and see if anybody else has left comments. If I don't see any, I'm gonna merge it. I'm actually gonna look at the conversation. Squash and merge. Squash and merge. Done. Delete code space. Delete code space. Yeah. Oh, what's this? Oh my god, Stunning Potato is gone! Alright, friends. I hope you enjoyed this stream. I'm feeling unbothered, moisturized, happy, in my lane, focused, and flourishing. Now we're gonna do like the very, very slow crawl from the credits. Thank you and welcome to new follower Life Giver, Cosmo Crypt, Brindamage Kid, Easy SF, Mish, Marshall Cruiser, DevSue, XFC2T. I think I pronounced this one Baldasso Samuel, Mary EU, and then we have the subscriptions from David Pace. And then, David Pace subscribed on YouTube. David Pace, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Phantom Glitch, thank you so much for your subscription and your resubscription. Was it 8 months? And then to my moderators, Stream Elements, Annika Blue, Glyphs with a Straight Bar, Exegete, and all of the others. Thank you all so much for coming. I'm gonna see y'all next time. Bye!